screens back here. I think the answer is 3 or 4.
4.
4.
Okay.
There are 4 approved tests by the state board, 4 approved
Trainings.
ways in which to do it by the state board. One's a test. That praxis test, just again so that you know, is the exam, the pre-service teachers. So a teacher that's at Pittsburgh State that wants to be a teacher, elementary teacher, that's the test that they're having to pass in order to have that seal. We're affording that opportunity to anyone who's a veteran teacher. And then there are, that would be 3 other options, Shane?
For trainings, there's
4 training options plus the test. One of those is letters. One of those is the blueprint for literacy.
Foundations course.
And then there are two others.
Read, Redefined, and Phillips Fundamental Learning Center. But there's isn't there like an Ames? Well, those are tests, but is there any other trainings? I think that might be it. Shane would.
Yeah, I did.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to muddy the
Yeah,
waters
the
anywhere,
keys
but I
are-
definitely know those.
Yeah,
So
so
those
I
are-
don't have those in front of me, but the board has approved those, and I'd be happy to get those to you in the Friday notes. So Deborah will make a note, and we'll get those out to you. But within letters itself,
Yes.
2 opportunities, no charge, and then after that, and then we're talking about the summative, then we need to look at other options. Dr. Lori Curtis,
Yes.
okay? Here's my advice. Don't go to social media. They don't have the answers. Don't ask AI. Call Dr. Lori Curtis, or you can email me, or email a board member who can ask me, and we will get right back with that individual, and we will help them brainstorm what they need to do.
Dennis, did you have a?
Well, just for the record, some of these other pathways, is that cost to the individual then, correct?
Or to the school.
Or to
No.
the school? Okay.
No.
Just one.
Actually, Foundations is no cost.
Well, that is correct.
The other 2 that were approved, you can use at-risk dollars. So they could use at-risk dollars out of their funds if they want to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So today's around, what's the success of each student? Literacy. All right. So we're hyper-focused this morning on literacy. I've shared this data with you, but I think it's instructive just to share it again. I'm going to talk about a summer school proposal that I've talked to you about the last couple of months. This is, so we talked about state assessment yesterday, but we also have talked about multiple assessments. So someone who scores level 1 or 2, we may want to know what are the causes of that. Or this is be called screener data. This is an exam that you'll commonly hear as FastBridge. Now within FastBridge, there are different exams. This is a screener data. It will not tell you what the problem is, but it will tell you, there looks like there's some skill deficits, in this case in reading. This is pre-K. I want to caution you again when I show you this data. Not every student is in a district-run pre-K. Of the kids that enter kindergarten, about 48% of students in Kansas attend a district pre-kindergarten. So 52% do not. They're either at home, they're in a private. So please understand, this is when we get to kindergarten, we're talking about an N size of 100, all the kids. This is 48% of those. But I want you to look, because you're going to see a trend here. You see a fall, winter, and spring. The fall is we assess these kids on literacy when they come in August, before any much instructions happen. There may be a few days of instruction, maybe a week, get to know the kid, get the class organized. But before there's much instruction, we assess to see who's doing well and who's at risk. So that fall score you're going to see happens in August. The winter one happens in the winter, December, January, February, the mid-year, and the spring one happens in April and May. Okay? So in this case, early childhood students in an accredited school in Kansas, again, these are the limitations, took FastBridge Screener, and 14%, these are 4-year-olds, 14% were high risk. They had not very many pre-reading skills. So think about this, all right? You all are parents, grandparents, and you love other kids, right? What would be an early childhood pre-reading skill? What would a 4-year-old What would they need to know?
Knowing their alphabet.
Letter recognition, early letter sounds. Okay, but letter recognition, do I know that's an A? Very, very early on, okay? So these would be students that have difficult recognizing any part of or knowing that that letter creates a sound, okay? 65% of those, 64, had some risk, meaning they were somewhere in between. And then guess what? 21% of kids, 4-year-olds, they're rocking and rolling. It's connecting. Parents maybe worked with them at home, right? I don't know, but they're on track. Then you get to the winter. All right, I want you to see what happens. Look at the orange bar. It stays almost the same. You see that? The high-risk kids still primarily are the high risk. See what really drops are the some risk. I mean, it comes way down. Like with a little bit of instruction, those some risk now are moving. That's what we want to see. And then that stays pretty much the same when we get to spring. All right, so I'm going to show you again, pre-K, K, 1, and 2. This is all before they ever take a state assessment, the grades before a state assessment. Here's kindergarten. Now, first of all, what do you notice? Well, first, again, not every student. Kindergartners arrived, 21% of them arrived at high risk on the first few days of kindergarten. And Dr. New, I want to say this again. We're not blaming anyone. We're not blaming parents. We're not blaming kids. We're not blaming teachers haven't taught yet. We got to get out of the blame game. We got to get into what are we going to do about it game. All right, we're spending all of our effort, I think, in Kansas sometimes looking to who's going to be to blame them. No, that's just reality across the whole state. 50% are at high risk. So add those together, you've got 70-some% of kids arriving in kindergarten with some or high risk. Okay,
Betty,
thanks,
did you
Betty.
have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Do we have any kind of commonality in this? I'm kind of curious in terms of subgroups. Is it, have we measured or know who's impacted?
Yes. I mean, we actually know this by district, Betty. We can disaggregate this. For this purpose, I'm just trying to show you how the state looks as a whole, but we do have that data.
Okay, yeah, I often wonder, I mean, because we had some data presented that from Phillips Fundamental, and it was just really interesting. The subgroups, low income, African American, and Hispanic were the major subgroups. And I just wondered if ours supported that. That was my question.
I can tell you in general, students in poverty do worse across all ethnicities, across all other backgrounds, across who their parents or grandparents are. And the longer you're in deep poverty, the harder it is to move. Now, there are exceptions to that, but that's the general.
And would ELL, I mean English language learners, be in that as well?
Yes, but there's a but to this. So English language learners, as long as they're still classified as an English language learner, will not take a state assessment. They're going to take the KELPA until they can prove enough proficiency of the language, the English language, to move out of that. So they would be screened, Betty, but they would not show up on a state assessment until they moved out of that category.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so you're going to look at the same things, right? So now we instruct, and again, do you see what happens? Boy, from the start of school to, say, around the holiday season, winter, we see a tremendous drop, and that 51% goes down to 30%, 29, 30%. But you see that high risk doesn't move very much. All right, and then go to first grade. Watch what happens to the orange bar. Okay, They left kindergarten, 19% were high risk. They came back to first grade at 29%. One was, yes. So in the spring, April and May of 25, this is 25 data. Excuse me, 24 data came back in 25 because we're 19% were high risk when they left school as a kindergarten, and 29% of first graders entered first grade at high risk. What happened over the summer? I mean, that's the time period we're talking about. What happened in the months of June, July, and August? Well, first of all, guess what happens in first grade versus kindergarten? You're expected to know how to read more. So the expectations of every grade level get more difficult. All right, so that's one. And then also know that we have something that's referred to as a summer slide for some kids where they actually regress back. That will be part of what we talk about. But again, notice it doesn't move much. Now we get to second grade. And you again notice a very similar pattern. And what you start to see by second grade is that now the sum risk doesn't move at all. And we're pretty stagnant from the fall to the spring. You see that? And that stays in third grade, and we see that stay in fourth grade, and we see it stay in fifth grade, and then it gets worse in middle school. All right? Now, this is just the reality across Kansas. Now, I'm going to spend, after I answer some questions, what are we going to do about it? Right? This is just the reality. What can we do about it? And we're already doing some things. What more can we add on to do about it?
Debbie, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This doesn't actually surprise me from that original Vanderbilt, Tennessee study that came out. This is consistent with that, and I would like for us to have a conversation on that study and determine what factors may be going into these pre-K experiences for these high-risk, low-income kids that is aggravating their school experience, their education experience, so that the Vanderbilt study said that they started having more behavior issues, and those behavior issues, of course, bleed over into their education experience. So, you don't get a good education when you're not able to, get a hold of those behaviors. And so I thought that Vanderbilt study was fascinating. It wasn't throwing pre-K under the bus as much as saying, hey, it's not delivering like we thought it would in the long term, and we need to consider some factors that may have been harming the children. So it's beyond not satisfying, it's harming them. And so I'd like to just maybe get into that conversation. What could be harming these children? Is it because they're institutionalized? Or they had ideas, and I thought they were very good ideas.
Yeah, I think we ought to have that discussion robustly about the Vanderbilt and other early childhood studies. As I read that study, I agree with you. It doesn't say early childhood's bad. It says it needs to be this way. And I think if you look at how we've tried to approach the standards, we've tried to model what it says at the end of that. But I agree we ought to have that discussion. So, yes.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, looking at these and having had several children, that I would think part of the kids that are struggling are mainly males. Because if I had it to do over again, my two youngest boys, I would not have sent them to school till they were 6 or even 7 for kindergarten and on up. So I'm wondering if some of these struggles in pre-K and kindergarten and first grade are not boys that haven't quite caught on to the concept of going to school.
It's a great question, Connie. And again, I think it goes back to Betty's question about how are we disaggregating and look at all the different subgroups and the reasons. I do know that especially for males, behavior, maturity, a readiness for school. If you're a late summer birthday, there's a lot of discussion about should I send or should I wait? And I would say that's not a hard fast. I think every parent ought to look at that and make a good decision. State law doesn't say you have to go, as you know, Connie. It says you may go. It says the schools can't deny you from going if I've turned 5. But I think summer birthdays and mail in general would cause parents to say, let me look at my child and make that determination about whether they're ready. Now, if that parent's not at home working with the child, that may be an issue where they'd be better off in school. But again, I think that's a good family decision to make.
And again, a family decision to
Family
make
decision.
because nobody's forcing.
No. Well, the only force is
Situations.
to the school. It says if the student shows up, we're going to educate them
Oh,
if they have turned 5. Yes, but they don't have to attend.
Yeah, I think it's, oh, looks like we've got Betty.
Okay.
Betty.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, this is just something that I'm really, really invested and intrigued with. Um, there are so many moving parts and so many variables. I know that there's no way we can assume that this one variable is constant. As an example, there are a lot of kids that are starting school late because of birthdays. Um, will come in kindergarten and first grade. Um, there are there's so much at stake that I don't want to see us just concentrate on one variable. So yes, we do need to have a very robust conversation about the variables. But I'm wondering, how do you go about identifying which may be a significant culprit in this? I mean, the thing that's very surprising and is just that increase from kindergarten to first grade, almost a jump of 10%. And when you're saying that it's because in first grade you are expected to know certain things, there is a variable that I would like to introduce as well, which is more family engagement. I had mentioned this before as the number of parents, uh, bec- well, the grandparents take center stage as raising grandkids. Um, what was acceptable when they were parenting to have your kid prepared is not necessarily what's needed now. So I'm hoping that when we have this conversation, it doesn't focus just on a study, but includes a study looking at family engagement. Is there a way that we can engage families more with this information that we have on what it takes for your kid to be ready in first grade? So I just want to see maybe a whole host of things that we're covering and looking at, and not just one item at a time, if that's possible.
She's leading me into what are we going to do? Because if you're a school person, all these things are factors, but our role is what are we going to do with what's been presented to us? Like that first grade teacher can't affect the law about who comes. I mean, this is just the class I have. What can I do? And what can we do as policymakers to enhance that? So, fundamentals, structure literacy. We're talking about structure literacy. Your board goals, quality school improvement. We're talking about that. We're going to be talking about balanced assessments. And as I talked to you about this proposal, all right, Cindy's going to talk to you about another one, all right, about how we can further try to get better. So we're thinking about reading and about summer school in the summer. Small pilot, Betty talked about, where we're looking at a lot of factors and we're trying to make a model. So this would start very slow. Voluntary. Dennis, you had mentioned, I don't know if every kid, voluntary. First, which schools want to volunteer? We need a small sample in year one, right? We got to get this right, Debbie? I mean, we got to get it right. Parents, kids, oh, I want to go. I want to go. These aren't, you have to go. I want to go. So please understand, this would totally be a volunteer system. Okay? 3-year pilot, but the first year's got to be really small because there's a lot of things to work out. 3-year pilot, targeting this early grades around the effects of, if we have a targeted summer school and we do it in this manner, what does the research say about, do we see gains over the summer? Does it stay with the kid or does it wash out? You know, all of those things would be part of it. We'd focus on the early grades before 3rd grade. Most of those kids are not involved in other things. They're not running soccer leagues, right? They're not as active as the older grades. Urban, suburban, rural sites. Again, we would ask for volunteers. We wouldn't even select probably everyone that volunteered. We would partner with the school districts, with higher ed. We want higher ed faculty in these classrooms with our K-12 teachers. We've got to learn together about how do we go about instructing the kids that we're having the most difficulty in moving into higher gains of literacy. Because those higher ed faculty are going to go back and train the next future generation. And that partnership side by side, I think, would be beneficial. And if you like this idea, we'll go to the Kansas legislature and say, partner with us. Partner with us, and we can do this together. All right, everyone in the same boat, saying we can look at this together. We would plan this fall. In fact, if you like the concept, we would start bringing you back the details in November and December, and then we would go to the legislature, Dr. Lane and I, around this. Very small. The research would be conducted, as Betty mentioned, around, we got to have more family engagement, or, after about 3 weeks, people stop coming. Whatever the research tells us, we would do some of that research, but higher ed would also conduct that research. Independent research, come in, look at that, and see what's going on. And that would be transparently delivered to you, delivered to the Kansas Board of Regents and the Kansas legislature. First, we're going to ask, is the model that we put together, which will be based on the research, did it work in the short term? Meaning, over the summer, did this group of kids that were in high risk, did they move out of high risk? But then you got to look at them throughout the next year, because if they move, it's kind of as your early childhood study, Debbie, and they go down because it doesn't stay, then we have to ask the question, was it worth the time and effort and money, right? All of these would be part of the research questions as we're thinking about trying to help move kids. And then we would use those results to have a year 2 bigger pilot and a year 3. And then by that time, we should have some good data that both higher ed and K-12 have, that everyone in Kansas has been sharing transparently with each other, that says, this seems to work, this seems to not work, this is how it should be done, this is the cost that it will take to do this. We should have that model, but again, we would start really small. So you'll probably want to jump to all the details. I'm not going to go to all of those. I will start putting those together for you if you like the concept. All right? If you want to know how many, I'm thinking maybe about 8.
Schools.
8, yes.
Districts.
Yes, statewide, right? I mean, I'm really small, right? So we can really, now year 2 would be much bigger, right? But really about 8 across the state, volunteer, and then, of course, students volunteer. So really small in year 1, which would be, because there's a lot of work to be done for that first. And then broaden it with what we've learned, and then broaden it again. And then every year you're getting those results back.
And I know for me, in listening to this and the conversations you and I have had, at the end, if you would go back to your last slide, is inform practices statewide. So this isn't about building more and more summer schools, although that might happen. This is about informing the practice throughout the year so that we can take the time separate from and concentrated on literacy to see what needs to change in the classroom.
Yes. And what needs to change in higher ed in the preparation of teachers.
100%.
And that we all are now talking the same language.
Yeah.
ask any first grade teacher, when's the last time you talked to a college professor that instructs? It rarely happens, and this is not a fault.
Right.
No one's at fault here. It's higher ed's got busy life. First grade teacher has a busy life. And those conversations don't happen very much because today, what's happening? Washburn is instructing young people how to go out and teach. First grade teachers in 501 are teaching young people. They don't have time to have those conversations. Yes, it would inform what we have to do during the year as much as.
And I go back to, and I will get to, I got a couple on here, but I'll go back to everything we heard from Dr. Proctor with building KISA, getting out of the silos, getting everything coherent, everything working together. And that's what we have to keep moving toward that. We have to keep working toward that. So again, the piece of all of us working together. But Debbie has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, no, I do not like this vision. The only thing I really did like, though, was the idea of getting higher ed faculty into the actual classrooms to kind of coordinate feedback from those teachers. I like that idea, but the idea of it just goes against everything actually I was saying, because what we haven't looked at is we've said, hey, kids weren't first grade ready, let's make kindergarten. Kids aren't kindergarten ready, let's make pre-K, let's make high risk pre-K. And the more we do, it seems the worse results we're getting, and we're not looking at why are we getting those worse results. And you had said that children less than third grade, that these ages are less active. You've got 3 new members on this board who have a combined number of 26 children between us. I think we've exceeded now 50 grandchildren between us. And we're missing that practical, I can tell you, the ages, the less than third grade, that's the most active. A 3-year-old, 4-year-old.
But he's talking about a certain subgroup, right? Not an overall general. I just want to make sure we're clear.
He was talking less than third grade.
But the
Yeah,
subgroup.
in the pilot, this 3-year pilot targeting summer school, less than third grade, these ages are less active. I mean, I wrote it down, so I'm just quoting. But these kids, because we haven't had the conversation about the Vanderbilt study and about some of the things, one of the things I think that these kids are missing is that lack of institutionalization, the lack of having to go to school, being able to run in and out. Kids explore and learn their world by being able to run in and out of the house into the backyard, come in, get a snack. Mom's still there. Everything's fine. I can go back out and explore again at their own pace. They're going in and out. They are learning all this stuff, just having the freedom of just being home and playing in their own bedroom. We devalue, and we keep saying, let's institutionalize them more and more and more and more, and they're going to get smarter. And I'm thinking it's not working. And we've been going down this path for a lot of years. I've been watching it. And I would like to have the conversation of how can we, as parents, as grandparents, say, let's not make school the answer. Let's say what is functionally missing for these kids and get out of the way so parents can parent better and us stay out of the way. I think we get in the way of a child developing really well. There's only a small portion that really need public education to come alongside them and hold their hand, because most parents are very, very capable of raising their children, is my opinion.
Dennis?
I think maybe I'll just default for right now. You already got my wheels turning, so I need to think.
Okay.
There's so many things about this. So.
Well, I'm going to reiterate that we are talking about I see Betty's hand, a subgroup of kids who are struggling. We're not talking about every child under third grade. We are talking about a certain group of kids.
Volunteer group.
A volunteer group. Betty?
Please, yeah, thank you. The thing that concerns me, and I just have to say this, whenever we feel we know what is needed without the data, I promise you we're going to be making a mistake. I am sure that we feel we know the solution, But unless we actually look at what's going on to determine what really is the problem, not what we think, but what really is the problem, then we will not be able to come up with a viable solution. I love what's being presented because you're talking about let's figure out what's going on. Now, with that being said, it's a perfect segue into a question when you say let's start out small. My question would be, again, because I make assumptions as well, when we look at the subgroups that tend to struggle, is that the same data we get in a rural versus urban, mid-size versus rural? That's what I would wonder, because free and reduce or economics may not really be the critical factor when we're looking at smaller districts versus that of urban. So I would wonder when you're looking at this, do we have some data that says our biggest concentration should be in urban districts versus rural or mid-sized districts and urban districts? When you figure out that, do we have anything that's going to gear us to what direction or districts that we'd like to have participate? Or are you just saying we just go across the board and get some in each area?
So if I can real quick, so if I hear your question, Betty, it's should we disaggregate this to the point of urban, suburban, rural, and make sure that those numbers stay? Is that what you're?
No. That's not what I'm asking. I don't know if in this data, if it is disaggregated to the point that the size of the district is more a factor than economics. And if that's the case, will that govern which districts or how you will look at those that will participate in this study? So, does that make sense?
Let me see if so the population, the small population we'd be looking at are those in the high risk category. We would
Yeah.
take the high risk from an urban setting, from a rural setting, from a suburban setting in the pilot.
Okay.
But we would not be looking at taking necessarily African American students. We would be taking kids who are
That are
high risk,
Yeah.
urban, rural, volunteer, in the districts that volunteer. So that's how we would be looking at it, Betty. The research questions I think you're getting to is what the researchers would have to come back and say, here are the things that we're going to look at. What things do you think are important? The researchers would put together the research questions. I don't think I should do that. I think the researchers say, this is what we ought to be studying as we go into this.
Right, but let me qualify what I'm saying, because the subgroup that tends to be a constant would be economically. Poverty is a factor, okay? And I'm saying in smaller districts, which would be your rural districts, that may not be when you may not have enough of a population. If you're looking at a school with 300 kids, and out of that 300, if you say 10%, then you have a small representation. Would you still just say across the board, we want from districts that are small, medium, and large, or would you concentrate it on those that would have a larger number? That's the distinction I'm asking.
Great question. And I think when we say Urban and suburban are pretty easy because those are going to be large numbers. Rural, as you know, can be very small to medium size. I think our researchers need to tell us what is the end size that we'd have to have in the volunteer. If a class only has 3 kids in it, and they volunteer, is that one that can be accepted? I think the researchers would have to tell us whether or not that would be good or not, Betty.
But they'd be looking at things like that when they decide
Sure.
what district. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Watson. I appreciate this report. I'm kind of riding in on the tailwind of the first part of Betty's comments. I think it's really exciting that we have an opportunity to impact what I would call a universal paradigm. This is an issue that permeates throughout our nation. So I think Kansas has an opportunity to maybe start some early groundwork toward resolutions. I'm also on Washburn University's Accreditation Council, and we met a couple of weeks ago. And to hear what they're doing with teachers, classrooms, students in Topeka Public Schools on a lower level, perhaps, I think this is a model that could lead us to success for each student. So 100%, I think personally that I would love to find out how this can play out, working with this type of a model to support kids all across our state and perhaps beyond our state. For me, working in the high school, seeing kids enter 9th grade who read at a 2nd grade level and expect them to be successful in navigating their way through high school. I don't know if we can ever reach back to get a program like iLit. It saved the lives of so many students, and one I used to say turned her around within one school year, really basically one semester, where she jumped 3 grade levels in reading skills. And I said a few years ago, I was saying, I never saw her face in the newspaper. She went on to complete a CNA, so never saw her, on the jail records till a couple of weeks ago. I saw that she'd been arrested. But, just think 10 years time and, who knows what happened to cause that. But just that idea of empowering kids for success by opening the door of literacy is so critical. And right now, I don't know that we have time to waste in changing the lives of Kansas students. So 100% personally, I am behind whatever we can do in this effort.
So,
Melanie has.
okay.
We formed a queue here, and I couldn't help but notice that, item 1 says presentation, joint literacy work with higher education of the Kansas State Board of Education, and we're not really talking about the higher education piece yet. So I'm gonna try to help get you there, but because of the way this conversation has transpired, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page and that we're being deliberate in making data-driven decisions. And to the Vanderbilt study, and frankly any study, the methodology behind a study is really the wild card in any study. And so if you go Google about the Vanderbilt study and start reading, you will find all kinds of different opinions poking holes in why it was not a good study, or maybe some of the key takeaways from it. You can find whatever you want on the internet if you just go looking for it. So I would encourage you to do that homework, and I look forward to that conversation at the board table. I want to go back to, though, 2/3 of kids in Kansas under the age of 6, all of the parents in the household unit are at work during the day. So when we talk about pre-K and what early childhood, high quality early childhood care looks like, if you think about those 2/3 of parents that are working, you've got one set of parents where you have both parents that are making good money, and those kids are going to a high quality environment every day where they have the opportunity to learn. If you think about those 2 parents or the 1 parent because they're the only parent in that household that's working, you're talking about a child in poverty who does not have the kind of rich opportunity that Debbie described, which is getting to go outside and play and knowing that mom and dad, are available to them. They're not having, or grandma, that kind of experience. They're not having that experience. And that's how you get these high-risk kids. So please keep that in mind as we go through this conversation. I've got a lot of other things I want to say, but I'm going to hold them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So
I have one more,
okay.
Connie, and then we're going to keep
Thank
moving.
you, Madam Chair. The thing that struck me the most is the phrase you use, volunteer. And it had, the difference between public school and probably private is the volunteer. The parents at a private school volunteer. They're supposed to. It's not really required in the public school system today, but having people to volunteer to do this would probably be the best way to do this, because you've got to have the parents behind the kid that's volunteering to go to summer school, because they're going to have to take that kid, pick that kid up, and be right there doing it with the kid to get them to succeed through the summer school program. So the key phrase for me is volunteer, and that would be what you're going to have to do to get this program off the ground.
So great discussion. I'm trying to do this
I know.
for all of us. Okay, great discussion. But there's another component. Remember I told you that Dr. Lane and I want to move state boards, KSDE, KBOR into one vision. We're just giving you two looks. She's going to talk to you about preparation. All right, and so give her this full attention too, and ask really good, deep questions like you did. And I'm going to go over here. Dr. Lane, thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Watson. I just want to tell you, I'm looking at that lady on the wall there, one of my mentors, and she would be smiling at this conversation because it's focused on how do we help every child succeed. So I applaud you for that. I also want you to know you totally blew up my presentation with your questions. And so, Madam Chair, I'm just going to get to the main thing, right? The main thing is the main thing, helping teachers so that every child learns to read. And I want to reinforce what Commissioner Watson said. You all are the lead. Our role as the Blueprint in Higher Ed is to walk side by side with you in support of this work. And you've done meaningful, important work, but there's a lot more that must be done. And so I'm going to jump all over this presentation because I want to take you to where your conversation was leading. And some of this is good background. And I'll back up and tell you what we're doing in higher ed and how the summer initiative fits that in just a second. But the states that have made the most dramatic and most rapid and most urgent progress in the area of literacy have a comprehensive plan that is pre-K through higher ed that guides the work. It will accelerate our process and we started this work with the blueprint, being skeptical about what that was about coming into your work, right? It's higher ed's commitment that we are in this arena with you. But the states that have made the most progress have one vision, one mission, one set of goals, and shared strategies and accountability from pre-K through higher ed. And I want to compel you to take the lead in helping us get to that place. And so as part of that plan, the research is clear. What are the levers? What are the things that must be in the plan in order to rapidly, with urgency, move the achievement of reading forward for our children and for our educators? And there are these four things. And you've been talking about one element of the third, I'll call it pillar here, intervention. It's important, but standing by itself, it will not lead us to the results that you all are wanting us to go to. Success for every Kansan. And if you can't read and write and speak and think well, your success is limited. So the education, the preparation piece, that is the work of the blueprint, is our focus, is to strengthen. That's that first lever. But we don't do that in isolation because you all tell us what to teach and how to teach and what we should be doing, right? But primarily that's our lever. The second lever, educators need ongoing, high quality, high impact professional learning. Letters is an example of that, but the next step with Letters is the coaching, and Lori Curtis is doing a marvelous job with her team supporting that work and getting coaches in the field. along with ensuring that every teacher has access to high-quality instructional materials. And I know you're working to help guide school districts on how to make those decisions. Then on the third pillar, assessment, MTSS, making sure the structures are appropriate, because frankly, structured literacy requires really intense thinking about how to structure that support within the school. And then the fourth one, I've heard you talk a lot about, is families. What are the resources and supports that families need? How do they know how to support moving their children forward? So I want to talk now back into the intervention and how that fits into the Blueprint's higher ed current strategic plan, because we have one, that we want to hand our plan to you all and help build a comprehensive approach. So I want to really compel you to think about, this is what states who are jumping in terms of performance on their assessment measures with children, they have all of these elements in place. They have one plan. They have accountability. They have data that drives their decisions. They have commitment from higher ed, from K-12, from pre-K, from legislators, from families, from community, from advocacy organizations, all to advance this initiative. So I'm going to pause, Madam Chair, and then I'll back into how the intervention proposal that we want to talk with you about fits into our strategic plan.
Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad for a pause, so because I was writing down all these notes. I like the idea, the high-quality instructional materials, because one of the things I've heard back from local board members is that sometimes is a difficulty for them getting, and usually it's been for me the sciences that they've had a hard time. But it makes me, it kind of provokes me to think that we're focused on literacy. And that's good, maybe to focus on just one curriculum, one area. But would it benefit if we had curriculum options for these local boards to give to the early grade levels that is, like when I homeschooled, if I had a good curriculum, my kids could practically teach themselves. So if we could develop a curriculum so they're not having to just go out and find whatever, but that is geared to letters or cable or whatever we have, that is something that we can give them as a resource, and it's proven that you as teachers know how to use it and use it well. That's just a thought, the curriculum side of things.
Yeah, that's important discussion that we need to have. When you charge the system, and when I say system, K-12 through higher ed and all of our partners to get to the table and develop all the action steps that would go underneath each pillar, curriculum would be one of those. In that discussion, we need to talk about what's local control. What might this body do in terms of recommending the 4 best literacy curriculums, and the district then local control picks from that list. But all of that detail needs to be fleshed out. And I'm going to compel us that we don't have time to take 6 months to a year to build this plan. We know what to do. And you're already doing a lot of these important pieces. We need to coordinate, to use Dr. Curtis's language, we need a cohesive, coherent plan that guides all of us. But that would be an important part of that. So let me take you back to then the early intervention. Again, I apologize that based on where your questions are, I want to guide us into how this fits into the strategic plan. So I'm going to back us up. In essence, last spring, the Literacy Advisory Committee spent months identifying, in terms of educator preparation, that's higher ed's job, workforce development. What are the specific imperatives and what are the actions that we need to take? I'm not going to go through all these, but in essence, we have a what needs to be done and then the how we're doing it. So the very first one is the curriculum map, and you have a copy of that curriculum map at your place. I'd like for you to take a look at that curriculum map. And all this is important to understanding why our partnership in the summer initiative is important, not only for the children, but for the development of educators, okay? So in the law for the blueprint, we're required annually to do a curriculum mapping of all literacy courses that are taught in higher ed, including the independent colleges who want to be part of the work. Last year, we took a look at elementary education only, and this one-pager is kind of a summary of that report. So you can see that it's broken down by the methodology in which the instruction occurs, lecture, a reading, an evaluation and assignment, or field experience. And then in the middle of the chart, it shows that there's a good balance between how our faculty are introducing a concept, explaining it, and then assessing that the teachers get it. What I want you to notice is the dominant methodology. What do you see? Dr. New. Lecture. Now, that may not be stand and deliver, but it is primarily faculty-directed instruction. I also want you to take a look at the dark orange pieces of the pie. What's that referring to? Field experience. So what jumps out at me and what has jumped out at the advisory committee and now in conversation with faculty is this idea that, okay, we've got strong knowledge, we've got opportunities for a solid development, but do we have enough field experience that leads to the actual doing of delivering structured literacy? Because it is as complex as anything we ask a human to do. And so in our work that we're currently doing, we're having conversation that defines what do we mean by field experience? Is that an observation? Is that a tutoring experience for the pre-service candidate? Is it a mini lesson that they're teaching? It's a whole continuum. And where on the rigor scale do we want to get to ensure that you'll know when a candidate graduates from one of our approved accredited programs that they can actually implement structured literacy, do it, the learn do. So we're in the process of defining what do we mean by field experience, student teaching, and that literacy practicum. That's why on this slide it's pulled out, because the conversations that we're having and what we're learning is happening across the nation is that to have the experts we need in our classrooms, pre-service candidates need intensive, explicit, systematic instruction from their faculty in order to become the master teachers that they need to be. For a pre-service teacher, what do I mean by mastery? They should be able to work with a small group of students, know how to assess their needs, plan a lesson, deliver a lesson, and adjust their instruction on the results. So, part of our strategic plan is to explore practicum and what we need to do to enhance that practicum. And we'll be working with your team. We'll be working with Catherine and Lori and Shane and everyone else to engage in how do we strengthen practicum. And oh, by the way, University of Nebraska, they now have 19 hours of instruction dedicated to literacy, credit hours, 19 credit hours, which includes an intensive practicum in small group instruction for every pre-service candidate. So this is not just an idea, it is actually being implemented elsewhere. So how does that connect with the shared literacy summer intervention? We are pleased to be asked by the commissioner to be part of that because it not only allows us to help teachers help kids who we know how to move out of the high-risk category, given enough time and resource, right? It gives us a chance to do that, but also gives us an opportunity to explore what that intensive practicum experience needs to look like for our pre-service candidates under the guidance of our expert faculty that we have in our Kansas institutions. They're right there doing just-in-time coaching so that as a new learner, as a teacher, a new learner, if I make an error, that expert is there to shift it so that we do what children need immediately. So we say that children need explicit, systematic instruction, so do the adults in terms of how to do this. So we are very pleased to think that this is an opportunity for us to learn what does that practicum need to look like. How does it fit into this continuum of adult learning from field experience to the practicum to student teaching and then to that ongoing professional learning that is required for educators for a lifetime of learning in this area. And We have identified some research questions, but of course, as the commissioner said, all of this is yet to be thought through. But we want to understand what's the impact on the pre-service educator, what does it mean for faculty in terms of their role as coaching in a practicum situation, and probably the most important, what does it mean for the child when they go back to their home building, and how do we ensure that same rigor of instruction is in place? And what do we do as higher ed to partner and support in that? So there's a lot of other things I could delve into with you, but two things I want you to think about. A comprehensive plan would ensure every resource, and when I say resource, human and fiscal, is moving in the same direction. You are the leaders. You're like the flight directors. You're telling us where to go, how to measure it, holding us accountable. And this is one element of a comprehensive plan, the intervention that we need to put in place that will help move us forward.
Michelle?
Thank you. So Dr. Lane, as far as, let's say I work with special education students, I've got my doctorate, I also have my elementary license, and they're telling me that the extensive training, like all the stuff to get to where they need to be, because they kind of, if they're a veteran teacher and they work their way up and have their doctorate now and they're out there in the district, and they are wanting, they're thinking there's so much training right now that's involved in this, they're just wanting to let their elementary license lapse, because there's so much that there other things that they're doing, whether they have to go back and do all this, because you've already got the people there in the university right now. We're getting in there and getting them, we're working on that while they're there. They're out there, maybe they're a veteran teacher, and they have their elementary license, and it's almost like do they just let that? That's why I feel it's happening. I'm getting that sense from people. Is that true that it's very extensive for somebody that's already out there and they're a veteran teacher to go back and do this while they're trying to do their job as well?
It depends on when they were trained, frankly. If they're of my era, they were not trained in structured literacy. I was trained in whole language balanced literacy full on. And so I'm putting this back up on there because as a profession, just like we want our doctors to go back and relearn, our medical people, our electricians, we have an ethical obligation to continue to learn to strengthen our practice. So it really depends on their scope. And it is a big learning curve, but it is one that is doable. If they are teaching at the university level, then their job is to know the research and to continue to evolve and be on the cutting edge of practice. So, but if I'm a PhD and I'm out in the field like I was, then I have to understand it's my ethical obligation to get children what the science says will help every child learn to read. So,
thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, we stand ready to support you in any way. I want to take you back to that, if I can find it on my slide deck, the comprehensive plan. We have many of the elements in place. We need to weave them together like a very nicely woven quilt with accountability and put this in place. The intervention project that you're considering is one element, but the power that we have working together is to create a plan that addresses all of these things with the level of accountability that this body expects.
And the piece that to me is so important when we talk about the summer school initiative is, again, learning what we can model and create that goes into every classroom that helps pre-service, higher ed, helps us understand what to expect from higher ed, and working with higher ed to do that, and truly understanding. When you say other states in their comprehensive plan, I'm assuming you're placing Mississippi in there. Is there other states?
Mississippi, North Carolina, Georgia, Indiana, Wyoming, Louisiana. There are 26. I can't name them all.
Oh, okay.
And we have the components. We need to weave them together so that we can maximize our impact.
Okay. Learning from what they've already done.
We're learning from them, they'll learn from us.
Mm-hmm.
But the research has said these are the actions that you need to take if you really want to make progress on ensuring every child learns to read.
Right. Okay, we're going to have to be fairly quick. We're pretty behind here, but Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think if I'm hearing you right, what you're looking for from us is working together to develop more of a plan that we can like put on paper, say, here's a goal, this is what we want to achieve, and that time is of the essence. Am I understanding you right on that?
I'd shape that slightly. I'm looking for you to lead, require a plan, authorize the plan, monitor the plan. I'm not talking about something we put in a notebook, that it drives your agendas. It drives KBOR's agenda in terms of their work on literacy. It drives everything that we do. It drives our conversations with our legislators. So it is as urgent as oxygen if we truly want to address the literacy issue.
Right, and so to that point, and of course I'm going to fall more on the curriculum side, I would like to know that maybe we could have a time frame. Maybe by the end of this year we could have something that you, together with Dr. Watson, sort out for us that gives us something to work with that's not just information, but an actual plan.
Great.
If you guys could do that, I don't know if Dr. Watson could do that by December, okay, because I just want something, start the new year, it'll be our New Year resolution. But I would like a focus on the curriculum, because to Michelle's point, I do think sometimes we make things more complex. I defer that you have a PhD, you know how you were trained, and you know that the training is different. But I also know that there is a large number of parents out there that teach their kids to read, and that you're able, if you have a good, I'm just a believer, if you have a solid, strong curriculum, the worst teacher can even be their best. I mean, it's just, I do think that the answer's in the curriculum, and I would like a focus on curriculum for our School for the Deaf too, because I think they're utterly lacking in a strong curriculum that goes from grade to grade that is going to make sure they have mastery of skills before they progress. That would be my other thing. I would like to see mastery of skills before they progress. So I'm actually finished.
Jim?
I'll be very brief. Thank you for being here. I am fully supportive of working together and doing that with alacrity. I want to encourage us to be part of that solution and to use a term that our chair uses, hairs on fire.
Yes.
And so I appreciate the willingness of the KBOR to work with us, and I think that we need to not only jump at the chance but take a leadership role and working with people and be interested in recommendations. Not today, but how do we do that, and how do we put that together, and how we put that together quickly. Thank you so much. I appreciate the leadership.
And so would we say, Dr. Watson, Dr. Lane, that the summer school initiative that we're talking about is a component,
Yes, ma'am.
not the whole,
Yes,
but a
ma'am.
component of what we're talking about in that leadership of finding that plan, that model for our schools and for our educators, right? So I know yours is a little deeper than that with the comprehensive part, but this is a piece of that.
It is.
To drive that work and that understanding and the research that goes with it.
We can do both, and we must.
Yes, yes. Okay.
So if this body says to Dr. Watson and I, move forward, we will move. We will move. We'll bring people to the table. We'll start building that framework for that plan. And imagine the impact of walking in across the street when the session starts and says, this is what needs to be done. And here's how
and
you
here's
can
what we're
support.
working on together.
Together.
Yes, and just looking for that support. So what do you need today from us?
I think we've received that
Okay,
a little
'cause
bit
that's
from
what I
you
feel.
today. We're meeting weekly
Yes.
already, and so we just will continue that cadence, broaden the people that are part of the conversation, and start to bring you back some details on the practicum side, some details on the summer school side, and certainly more of a comprehensive plan. Urgency because the legislature is a partner with us in this, and they go into session in January.
Yeah.
And we need to be ready, as Dr. Lane said, to say, here's what we think your role is going to be, here's what KBOR's role, here's what state board role in that comprehensive plan.
And here's how we're going to measure it, and here's our
Right.
accountability. All those are important.
Okay, well, we're going to have to keep
Yeah,
going.
if I could just add, do not please consider this at summer school thing as, to me, a totally separate thing.
It's not separate, though.
But I want to see it planned out separately. I want to be able to see a plan that doesn't force us to this summer school thing. Let's do more.
Okay, well, we have a,
Well, just if I may, intervention is more than a summer school.
and
So
that's been said, yeah.
it'll be part of it, but more broadly articulated. So,
Yes.
thank you very much. I appreciate being here.
Thank you, appreciate you coming. Okay. We probably better go ahead and take a quick break. Do we need a break? Okay, we're gonna move on then. I'm not hearing much of a break. I think Jim already took his, okay.
Yes,
After Catherine, we will take a quick break before we move on. Yes, ma'am.
I promise to talk fast.
No worries. We're going to have
think
the
it's going to
evaluation
magically
review
appear.
Recommendations.
Yes. Madam Chair, Dr. Watson, thank you very much for letting me come before you. I have for you the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations from their September meeting for you to consider.
And things are happening on
There we
screen.
go. Yes, it's all magic. I love it. All right. So I have for you an accreditation recommendation and then program review recommendations. Just a reminder of the accreditation process. The College of Education at the university writes a self-study of how they think they are meeting all of the higher ed accreditation standards. That goes to an accreditation visit team that reads through all of that, looks at all the evidence, and writes a formative feedback report. We understand this part, we don't understand this other part, here are specific questions we have. The university replies with what's called an addendum, and then the university hosts online interviews with all stakeholders that the accreditation team and the university feel need to be involved. So that's going to definitely be, the education college administration, the faculty, current candidates, student teachers, P12 cooperating teachers, P12 administrators, everybody they can think that is involved in the process. The team then writes another report. That goes through a fact-checking process. You got the name of this thing wrong or the semester wrong. But then that stack of reports goes to the Evaluation Review Committee. Just a reminder, that is a standing committee of 4 P12 educators, 4 P12 administrators, 4 higher ed administrators, and 1 at-large member. They make an initial recommendation. The university can then say, yes, we accept that, or you don't understand. We need to explain more, and they can have a hearing if they want. Once all of that is done, I bring their recommendations to you. The recommendation could be for up to a 7-year accreditation. If there are grave concerns, then it could be a 2-year recommendation to be followed up in 2 years. And there are 2 different categories: accreditation with stipulation, meaning all the standards are met, but maybe one of them is kind of banged up and there's a serious concern to be addressed. Or one of the standards is not met. It is super banged up and we need to have that followed up on in 2 years, or not accredited. So just a review of that process. The higher ed accreditation standards, again, are number 1, does it make sure every license area it offers prepare those candidates for the content and the teaching methods that they need for that license area? Number 2, how does that College of Education work with their P12 partners to design the content and the experience that P12 partner needs that new graduate to have before they hire them? How does the university monitor recruiting, admitting, watching all the way through the process those teacher candidates? Where are you recruiting? How are you following them and keeping tabs on anybody so nobody gets to the end and we're like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, what? Number 4, how does the university monitor the impact their graduates who have graduated and gone and gotten a job impact their student learners in the P12 classroom? And then number 5, what is the quality assurance system that the education department at the college has to be monitoring all of these processes they've got going, so that they're watching everything, keeping tabs on everything. And then just a reminder that their initial level programs, the things you can get from go, from no previous education experience, are reviewed separately from those that are considered advanced, meaning the enrollee in the college already has a license in something education related.
Oh.
And this is their advanced ones, their follow-up one. And then the types of concerns that can be documented, an area for improvement. There is some weakness in the elements that pertain to that standard, but it is not severe enough to make the standard not met. It's just a thing you need to work on. And I kind of equate them to dents on your car. And there are some dents you can drive with forever, and there are some dents you need a tow truck. And a stipulation could be a dent that you need a tow truck. So that is a severe concern that the standard might be met, but it's kind of creaky. You should go directly to the auto repair. It might have broken the standard, and you do need that tow truck, need it to be worked on immediately. So I have recommendations for you for Pittsburgh State University for their accreditation. The Evaluation Review Committee recommends full accreditation for the full 7-year period, expiring December 31, 2032, which feels like a science fiction date. It really does. They recommend that all the standards at both the initial and advanced level are met. So they were comfortable with all of that.
And that's as a university, right? It's not a program, it's the school itself.
It is I believe they're called a College of Education, and they're all called something different. So internally we call them units because it's the College of Education, unless it's the School of Education and Social Work or the whole education department at Pittsburgh State. Looking at the individual standards, on the right-hand side, there are no stipulations, none of those more severe concerns. On the left-hand side, there are a couple missing from the list, so there are a couple of those smaller areas for improvement. Those dents you can probably drive on, but we do want to get them looked at. Lots of wording. The team was very verbose. So again, the way you read this, the part in bold, the area for improvement statement, is that component of the standard that there is the concern about. So in this case, evidence of evaluation of high-quality school-based clinical educators who demonstrate a positive impact on the teacher candidates' development and the whole P12 student body learning and development. And the concern is in the rationale, school clinical educators feel that they are being effective in working with their student teachers, in working with their own P12 classrooms. But the university didn't provide to the accreditation team a summary of these cooperating teachers we use for elementary, or these cooperating teachers we use for secondary. Here is how we have monitored their positive impact on the previous student teachers they've had, or their positive impacts on their own classroom. So there was some information collected on that through the student teacher surveys, but it wasn't documented at the time of the visit. So it is an area for improvement, something the team and the Evaluation Review Committee recommends being worked on, but the standard for Standard 2 is not in jeopardy in their assessment. Sorry, that one's long. I promised to talk fast. Standard 4 is impact on that P12 learner after the person has graduated from the college and gotten their license and gotten a job. And so again, the key focus is ensure that the completer, the graduate of the college, is contributing to P12 student learning growth. And the specifics in the rationale, sufficient data or summary evidence that those completers are having an effective contribution to P12 student learning. The universities surveyed the graduates, surveyed their employers about how are they doing, but they didn't necessarily collect P12 classroom data. There is but wait there, because we do have the Student Data Privacy Act. So the universities cannot access school data, but they can ask their graduate, hey, would you give a pre-post exercise in your classroom so that we can see you asked about this topic, and then you taught about this topic, and then you asked again, and we can see change. So the universities will send these exercises to their graduates in the field that they can then say, we surveyed our elementary graduates, we surveyed our English language arts graduates, and our graduates specifically, across them, were having an impact, and here's the numbers to show it. So the area for improvement is that individual project wasn't done. That's one example. Sometimes there will be case studies or other examples, but that the team was not satisfied with surveys alone. And then one for advanced programs for the quality assurance system, looking for representative measures to ensure interpretations of data are consistent. So specifically, if you look down in the rationale, they're looking at reliability. They mean inter-rater reliability studies. So if you have two people grading an item, how do you know they're grading the same? And if you have only one person that offers that course and only one person that grades it, how do you know they graded the same between Tuesday and Thursday? So the team did not have access to 3 cycles of data analyzing inter-rater reliability for assessments that are created by the university. And so they made an area for improvement to follow up on that. But on all 3 of the areas for improvement, the team was comfortable that the standard was met as is, and the Evaluation Review Committee was comfortable. The next accreditation review would be in fall of 31, so there's a little overlap because it takes about a year from when they start until I bring it to you. And then their previous decision, there was no concern left over from then that wasn't resolved with the current visit.
And you did tell me, Catherine, that when there is an area for improvement, that is a constant watching yearly, looking at.
Yeah, they report on it annually. What I get feedback on more often is, we resolved that 6 months later, and now we have to report on it for 7 years. Yeah, you do. But because if you notice, we mentioned there are no remaining areas for improvement or stipulation. I didn't look up, maybe there weren't any, but if there were, they report on them for the full 7 years, and only the next accreditation visit and recommendation removes those. Yep. All right. Moving on to the individual endorsement programs. I need to talk faster. You needed a 5-minute break. It is very similar. It's a little shorter because it's an individual license program, not overseeing 15 of them. So again, the report, how are you aligned to this? The review team, we follow this part, we didn't follow this other part. The university coming back, here's more detail on the things that didn't make sense. Taking all of that to the Evaluation Review Committee, getting an initial recommendation. The university can agree or can request a hearing, and then I bring it to you for full approval if it is a continuing program and there are no concerns. 2-year approval if it's new. There's nothing bad with it being new, but we want to check in with them in 2 years. Or if there is some concern, we want to check in on that in 2 years, or not approved. So for Emporia, I have continuing programs. They've all been in operation. They want to stay that way. For art, 2 different elementary routes. One is a traditional undergraduate route. The other is a master's route. They have different plans of study. They use different key assessments, so they get reviewed separately. And then library media. All recommended for approval with all standards met and no areas of concern. I am going to point out, because the elementary standards were revised in 2024, we're in that window where they're adjusting their programs. So Emporia submitted their description using those earlier standards because they were probably working on it for a year. And then they write to the science of reading objectives separately. Fort Hays submitted a new program request for an elementary program. And they are using the 2024 elementary standards where science of reading is embedded. So a different set of standards, than the ones Emporia wrote to, but both teams compared for if those standards were fully addressed. And Emporia writes to the science of reading as separate objectives. Fort Hays, they're embedded in the 2024 standards. So the review team looking at Fort Hays' new proposal recommends that it do be allowed to start with all standards met, no areas of concern. As a new program, it's recommended for 2 years, optional for a third, to get people admitted. And so it has that new program approved with stipulation. There's nothing bad about this kind of stipulation. It's unfortunate use of the same word. To check in as soon as they have people in it for 2 semesters, how's it going? So that is a recommendation for Fort Hays. After they've had people in it for 2 semesters, they come back with a progress report. And so that's what KU has for us. They have had their low incidence limited residency license program in operation for 2 semesters. It was approved with all standards met, no areas of concern. And so they want to keep that going and put it on the regular cycle with all of their continuing programs. All of their continuing programs are going to be reviewed in fall of 26, next fall. So it would then come up for a regular 7-year cycle with everything they offer. I have one just kind of regular, the program has been reviewed, wants to be continued for Washburn University for Early Childhood Unified, birth to grade 3. And so it is recommended for approval with all standards met, including science of reading and no areas of concern. Yes, no, because there was a lag in getting replies to that team report. And so it's just taken a little longer than usual. So that keeps it on the same cycle with everybody else. You know, life comes up and sometimes the report doesn't get back quite as quick as you want. Yeah. All right, and then Wichita University, another new program has been started, and they want to keep that going. So kind of like KU's program, Wichita offers an elementary unified program, specifically through their elementary undergraduate major, but this leads to the elementary unified endorsement, was found to address all the standards, all standards met, including science of reading, no areas of concern, and they want to put that on their regular cycle, and everything will be reviewed in fall of 29. Any questions?
Very well. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Appreciate
I will
it.
be back in November.
Okay.
Thank you.
And board, we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're back from break. We have with us, thankfully, Superintendent Luann Barron from the Kansas School for the Deaf to give us their report. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you all for the flexibility to allow me to postpone my presentation to this month. My mom is doing okay. She's getting better on a daily basis, so thank you for your flexibility. Today, my report is going to consist of several different things, including the budget, which will include what I plan to request from the legislature, as well as ongoing events at the school. I want to show you this beautiful video that's embedded here in this slide. This video was done utilizing a drone, and this was created by our students, showing off our beautiful campus and our cupola. That's our historic landmark in the city of Olathe. One of your requests to me was requesting that I talk about a review of our budget process and how our budgetary processes look, because it is different than the other public K-12 schools that have to follow the school funding formula. Our allocation is directly from the legislature. Historically, we submit our budget to the Division of Budget for initial review. That is then given to a legislative budget analyst, but a new approach began just last year, where the governor's office and the legislative budget committee review the budgets concurrently and come up with their own set of separate recommendations. Previously, the Division of Budget would then pass that on to the legislature, but now both branches have access to our budget and the budgeting process. So this has been a change from that traditional approach where the governor produces recommendations, and that serves as the primary foundation for legislative budgetary decisions. However, in this new model, the governor's recommendations to the legislature at the beginning of the session is done. However, the legislative branch now has their own development of budget. So each one develops a set of recommendations, and then during legislative session, decisions are made as to what to approve and what to allocate. So historically, I develop with my team a budget based on our needs. For example, if we need to expand programming, we write our budget together with an understanding that we are including all school stakeholders in this process. And it has to be closely tied to performance-based budgeting as requested by the Division of Budget. We have to ensure that we have specific goals in terms of admin, instructional, and support services. Those are the three lines that we have to meet per their requirements. This was the design from the Division of Budget. Then typically in November, we do meet with the Division of Budget staff, including Adam Profit, the Director of Finance. I'll explain later what I will be asking for this year. I will be asking for more, even though the Division of Budget asked us to keep a flatline budget. But this year I am asking for more finances, and I'll go into greater depth in a moment. So then in the spring, we typically go before the House and Senate Education Committees, and I provide testimony to them. So that's budget oversight from the legislative branch, the process in general. Again, we are not under the typical school finance formula that other USD public schools are under. So we are not pursuant to that because we are a state-operated special school. We are not a local school district. We do not have a USD number as other public schools have. We are an S state, so it's SO, state-operated 610 entity. So we are not a USD public school. We get funding based on enrollment, but we don't have the access again to that state formula or property tax levies or any of those other funding mechanisms that public schools have access to. We are one specific line item appropriation, similar to how the School for the Blind is also one line item state appropriation in the overall state budget. That allows us to give a little bit of flexibility, and we provide statewide resources. The board and the legislature have specifically requested that we expand our outreach programs and services to actually serve deaf and hard of hearing students across the state, even within their own local areas. So our state general fund last year, our allocation was $12,578,844. 83.21% of that SGF goes to instruction. The rest is our operating costs. We do receive approximately $1.4 million from grants and fee funds. That includes things such as a small amount of 6B funds that fund 1.5 positions, our TASN grant funds to expand the Teachers of the Deaf program throughout the state. We received fee funds from students who are paying out-of-state tuition, any facility rentals, grants from the Department of Health and Environment for our early intervention program, as well as a variety of other small grants. Our current student enrollment numbers for our on-campus programs has been fairly flat. However, we have seen some growth on a yearly basis of just a couple students. To me, this is showing that our school remains viable. Whereas other state schools for the deaf in this country, in the United States, are experiencing significant declines in enrollment. But for the Kansas School for the Deaf, we have maintained a very steady enrollment. 78% of our students on campus are previous recipients of outreach services. So that continues to support the need that when we are using outreach services, those students need greater access. Maybe it's more instruction in literacy. And so then they see the value of sending the students to us at KSDE on campus in Olathe. So again, our enrollment numbers remain fairly steady. This map shows a map of all of our outreach services and where our outreach department team has gone to provide a variety of services. The dark blue counties indicate that there were students who received some form of outreach services. So that is 61% of our state counties. The light blue counties, we may have provided some technical assistance or no assistance. It could be that there's no deaf children in those counties, or those special ed directors or school districts don't see the need to provide additional supports for any students who are deaf and hard of hearing in their local districts in those light blue counties. So 73 So 61% of counties receive services, and that the total number of services is over 700. So the key in the bottom corner shows those specific services. Our ASL Live program, this is the data from last year. Our ASL Live is a virtual ASL class for children who do not attend the Kansas School for the Deaf. So we will do a virtual ASL lesson. That person retired, so our ASL Live program is currently on hold at this time. Our consult and assessment team visits schools. So if a school district has a small number of children in their program and they feel like they need some assistance in terms of how do we teach reading or how do we ensure that this child is making progress, Our consult team goes into the school buildings, does an observation, may include some interviews, observation of the student in class, and then provides a consultation meeting. After those visits, those are really designed to meet the needs of that specific deaf and hard of hearing child, because not all deaf hard of hearing students look the same. There's a variety of auditory access, visual access needs, and the like. It's a little hard to read that key. So 15 it looks like, received consultations. And then we have our Deaf Mentor program, where we have staff who go into the homes to provide support to families in terms of helping to educate them on what their deaf child may need. This is funded through a Department of Health grant. We would like to do more, but we're doing as much as we can with our limited funds on that. Our HAT program, that is our hearing assistive technology, which is a largest percentage of our support services. So our audiologist goes to other school districts and provides assistance in establishing FM assistive listening services and devices to ensure that students have adequate auditory access. And then many of you know about our language assessment program, or LAP. That is our other second largest program within the state to ensure that students ages birth through 8 are meeting their language milestones, and so we provide an assessment program with that. And then Sound Start is our early intervention birth to 3 programming. We're currently serving 174 infants and toddlers through that program. So this is a summary of all of our programming through our outreach department. Back to that Sound Start early intervention service piece, you see on this map, I believe we have 4.5 early intervention specialists who travel. Some of our team members do live in specific regions, but then they also travel to ensure that kiddos are getting the services that they need. You see out west, there's Southwest Kansas, there are 13 children receiving services, but the greatest number of students would be in the greater metropolitan Kansas City area. You asked to know what our breakdown of our FTE positions in terms of individuals in specific type roles. So we have a total of 26 classroom teachers who are licensed teachers. In our student life, or our residence life, we have 18.8 FTE covering 2 shifts. We have an evening and an overnight shift in our residence life or student life. In instruction, we have 23 staff members, which includes interpreters, our bilingual specialist in department, our paraprofessionals, our job coaches, our curriculum coordinator, that would be who makes up that instruction bucket. Then our outreach and related services, they were technically under instruction, but I'm breaking them out because we do have a large number of outreach and related service staff. That's 27.35. Our support service staff, such as our business and operations, our finance team, we have a total of 28.5 staff there, for a total current FTE of 123.65 full-time positions. And we currently have 12. This 12 is a report from last month. I believe we actually have more vacancies at this time. We have 1 vacancy in our student life. The instructional coach, which was requested and added to our budget, that position remains vacant. We have not filled that yet. An academic support coach, we requested 2 extra that were added to our base budget for this current fiscal year only. We were able to fill 1 remains vacant. We have 1 vacancy in our early childhood center. In terms of the outreach consultants, there are currently 3 vacancies. One of those 3 just left. She's a wonderful person, but she found a opportunity for advancement at another school for the deaf. So that's our language assessment coordinator position. Right now we're covering that internally with our other outreach staff. We have a vacancy as an ASL Live teacher. Then we have a food service worker, a licensed practical nurse for overnight. So all of these vacancies are posted, and we are hoping to get applications. We've received a lot of applications, mostly for our one-on-one para positions, and those we've been able to fill. But those that require certifications or licensures, those positions remain vacant at this time. Moving on to the State Institutional Building Fund, or SIBF. This is the money that is used for our capital improvement. You see a list of all of our buildings on campus. We have a gym that we still utilize that was built in 1926. The old vocational building is currently not in use, but the building is still standing. That building still has a lot of potential. We're hoping that could be a future house for some CTE programming. So often when we go and ask the legislature for SIBF to their SIBF committee, we're asking for a lot of money because of the age of our buildings, our constant need to renovate and upgrade, enhance security upgrades, and so on and so forth. The latest problem is leaky roofs. We have some pretty significant roof repairs that we've needed to do. Just recently, our Fultz gym is 45 years old, and we finally got HVAC installed last year. I think we were the only school in the state that didn't have air conditioning in our gymnasium, but that's now remedied. So SIBF funds our construction, repair, and maintenance and improvement projects. Recently, the state changed the rules for how SIBF accumulates their funds, and that it becomes part of FGF. But we will, with our operations staff, continue to focus on our capital improvements. This year, we received almost $4 million for our capital improvements in order to fix roofs, upgrade systems, and all of that. So moving on to our budget requests for fiscal year 27 that we submitted in September. At the same time of that, we were undergoing our negotiations, which I believe we're going to be discussing later in this morning's agenda. So what has been requested as a supplement for the current fiscal year 26, even though we've received our allocation for fiscal year 26, the teachers have asked that they get paid exactly on par same year with the Olathe Public School System in the same year. The law that passed says that we follow 1 year behind Olathe Public Schools, but they have asked that they be paid on par same year as the Olathe teachers, with the understanding that Olathe's school calendar is 187 days, and historically, our school calendar included 181 days. So we went up to match that same number of school days of 187, again, to be on par with Olathe. So that funding request for FY27 also includes a supplement for FY26, asking for additional funds so that we can raise our teacher pay rates to be on par same year with the Olathe Public Schools. Last year, the legislature cut 1.5% to our language assessment program funds. So that was about a reduction of $94,800, which had a significant impact on our ability to assess students statewide. We had to pause some of those to ensure we had enough funds. So we are asking for those monies to be restored. We're also asking for an enhancement in fiscal year 2027 for the 3 classroom teachers that were added to our fiscal year 26 budget to hire those 3 resource room teachers. That was added as a one-time funding mechanism. So we need to request a more permanent addition to our base budget. So that's the reason for that enhancement on that item. Also for FY 2027, there's an enhancement request for an ASL proficiency incentive. So let me back up and provide some background on this. When we hire new staff, they are required to take an ASL diagnostic assessment. We have a specific rubric that those positions that have the highest level of direct contact with students must have the highest level of ASL proficiency. And so they're asking for some incentive pay if they meet those standards, because they need to be fluent in ASL in order to meet their obligations. So staff have to take ASL classes and increase their ASL proficiency in order to ensure clear and precise communication with students. This enhancement also includes increases in supplemental contract work, such as our extended school year teachers and our coaches. And so we've asked for some increase in our supplemental contract pay as well. Finally, the state institutional building fund and the capital improvements that we plan for fiscal year 27. We need a new roof in Emory Hall. That building was built in 1996, and we have had problems ever since with that roof leaking. It's damaged our elevator because it impeded the electrical system for that elevator in that building. We also plan to demolish our powerhouse. Back in the old days, you had a central boiler and steam lines that fed all of the buildings, but we have now established that each building has their own HVAC system, so we no longer need that central boiler system, so we plan to demolish our powerhouse. And then base rehab and repair plus 10% for inflationary costs. For that SIBF, that'll be part of our SGF requests, we're going to be asking for approximately $5 million, because we have several small projects that will be adding up. So we do plan to ask for approximately $5 million for that SIBF. Since spring through this fall, we have undergone several initiatives. We completed our 2025 through 2028 strategic plan, which that has been shared with the entirety of the board as of last spring. One of our strategic plan initiatives is to improve our communication plan and have that in place with our stakeholders. So we contracted with KSDE, and Kristen, the interpreter, not sure how to pronounce her last name, Makeworth maybe, has helped us develop a wonderful communication plan that includes a variety of modes of communication through email, text, web access, and so we've been working on that since August. Also, we have been engaged in professional negotiations. Those have not yet concluded. Again, I think we're going to be discussing that later in this morning's agenda. I want to thank the state board for the waiver for the emergency substitute license. So we received an extension to where we are able to hold classes and have all of our classes filled with teachers, some of whom are on that emergency substitute license. And then, we do have, there's a shortage of teachers. It's not just us, it's nationwide. Many other schools for the deaf are experiencing other shortages in their licensed teacher pools. So it's really difficult to find teachers who are both proficient in ASL and in their content area to teach students who are deaf and hard of hearing. Those waivers allowed prevented disruption in educational, because if we didn't have the classroom teachers, we would have really been having to move students around, and that really would have put a strain on us and on the students. So thank you for those waivers. Finally, we've completed our CEASD accreditation self-study. It was over a 200-plus page self-study. It took us about a month to write that report. There were a variety of surveys that had been sent out, over 15 surveys that had been sent out to a variety of stakeholders such as parents, community members, internal school staff. There are 12 specific standards through this accreditation process. We have committees for each standard. We conducted the surveys, we then analyzed the survey results, and then we have to develop a plan for improvement. We have to recognize our strengths and our areas of need. This is currently my third self-study at KSDE. This is truly authentic feedback that reflects where we are as a school in terms of our strengths and our areas of need, in terms of those things that need attention and some improvement. So we were completely honest in our self-study, and we've now sent that off to the accreditation team for their review. They come for an on-site visit November 9th through the 12th. They will conduct interviews with a variety of stakeholders. They will meet with each of those 12 standard committees. They will be meeting with the commissioner as well as some of you as members of the state board, as well as a community stakeholder meeting. I encourage you to come to that if you can. And they will be listening to what community stakeholders have to say at that time. So again, it was well more than a month's worth of work on that. So I feel very good about that. So in this last month or so, here are some featured stories. We've had a lot going on. We've been in the news. The father of the football huddle, Paul Hubbard, is a former student alumni who went to Gallaudet and played football, and while there, he was the first to come up with the football huddle that you see NFL and college teams utilizing it, maybe less so now. But so that made the news story. And with a connection back to KSD. Then we had Mayor Bacon in the city of Olathe. He's a former state board member too, I believe. He accommodated KSD, our athletics department, for our athletics and community engagement. We rent our facilities to the city of Olathe for their parks and rec usage. So youth come and utilize our facilities in that way. We have a long-standing partnership with them. KSD was also inducted to the Olathe Girls Softball Hall of Fame. This was something that I was unaware of. Back in the 70s, we had a softball team, and I never knew that. But come to find out, we did have a softball team in the 70s and played in Olathe. And the Olathe Softball Association used some of our property to host games. So we were inducted into their Hall of Fame. The Deaf Cultural Festival at the Nelson Atkins Museum, that's a yearly event that we partner with them. We bring our students who perform ASL stories. It's a very community-wide event during Deaf Awareness Month. So it is a big commitment that we participate in that every year. Then we had our ASL for All 5K fundraiser. We had 420 people register. That was our largest turnout. Last year we had 274. This year we had 420. So we split those proceeds with the Museum of Deaf History, Arts and Cultures, and our endowment association that provides support and scholarships to run the ASL Family Immersion Camp. Soon we will be partnering with the City of Olathe again and hosting what we call a Know Your Neighbor event. It'll be the city's third time hosting this type of event. They've previously done it with the Indian community, the Latino community, and so we are going to partner with them with the deaf community, so it provides an opportunity for our community members to come and learn about deafness, deaf culture, and ASL. So that'll be happening next month. So as you can see, we've had a lot going on, but I stand now for questions.
Thank you so much. Any comments, board? That was such good information, Superintendent Barron. It was really good to, I definitely took notes, got some good information from you that I wasn't fully aware of, so thank you very much. And I know we have 3 board members that have worked tirelessly recently with the task force that's been ongoing. Dennis has a comment?
Yeah, I just want to know a little more about the assessment process, that month-long self-study.
The accreditation.
The accreditation, okay. And that's reviewed by the department here?
No.
By who?
Certainly. So it's actually an 18-month process from start to finish with all of our subcommittees. The intent of this self-study is for a national level accreditation and for that site visit team. They want to read our self-study, and then they do interviews with a variety of stakeholders to ensure that the information within the self-study report is verified during interviews. They also come and do classroom observations. So the intent of that document is for them. We have 4 visiting site members, a former superintendent from the Washington School for the Deaf, the current superintendent from Tennessee, the current superintendent from California, Riverside, and an outreach director from the Florida School for the Deaf and Blind.
So that's the team.
So Dennis, so that you know, and reminded, the School for the Deaf, School for the Blind do 2 accreditations. They do a national accreditation of schools of the deaf, and they do KISA. So they do both.
Yes, thank you, Randy, for that clarification.
Yep. Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am one of those 3 board members serving on that task force at the school. I want to talk about so many things, but I also want to respect that this item is for Luann to present this report. And so I did want to ask a question that I have not asked during the task force meetings. You talked about ASL proficiency being very important as you're hiring new teachers. We learned in the meetings that 44% of the students at the school have cochlear implants. And so I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the evolving importance. Will ASL continue to be the very highest priority? And maybe as more students have access to those types of devices, how is that going to change your approach to verbal skills? Can you, for instance, could you tell me of that 44%, how many of those students are learning how to speak in some capacity or already had that ability?
Certainly. It's important to remember that the Kansas School for the Deaf was founded with the intent to provide clear, direct instruction to students in American Sign Language as well as in English, okay, reading and writing, as well as spoken English if appropriate for that child. That 44% of students who have a cochlear implant, their parents have decided that they want their child to have access to both languages, American Sign Language and spoken English. So many people may question, if we have deaf staff and deaf teachers, how do we teach spoken English? And that's where our speech language pathologists come in and provide services to that child who needs more auditory training or articulation training is provided that way. We do have some teachers who can use spoken English, and we utilize what we call language separation. So we'll present material in American Sign Language, and then we may present it in spoken English. Again, it's the same exact content, but it's done consecutively. So when parents first enroll their child, we are an environment that is fully inclusive in American Sign Language. So classroom instruction, you need to have the minimum level of instruction is in ASL with the addition of English through written and writing. So we typically focus more on our written and writing of English rather than spoken English. And so parents have chosen to place their students at KSDE. It's really important for the school. It will never be a scenario where we do away with American Sign Language and switch to only spoken English. It's vital that our children have both languages. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. Madam Chair, if I can follow up, I just want to encourage the board to ask questions while Superintendent Barron is here. The parents that we've been meeting with as part of the task force really want to see as much engagement from the board as possible. So if you have a lingering question in the back of your mind, please bring it forward now while she's in front of us. Thank you.
Debbie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Melanie, for that invitation, because I have so much I want to ask. But and now I've lost it. Oh my word, I lost my question. I was so busy looking at that. I'll go with this one. The audiologist specialists that you said go out into the districts. They go out into the districts. How do you budget them out into the districts versus what they're doing in the school itself? Do you separate that out, or can you? And I remembered my other question.
To answer that first question, we are one entity and we have one budget. So based on the analysis of needs on our on-campus programs as well as our outreach needs, internally, we can separate out separate allocations for our outreach department. To specifically answer your question regarding the audiologist, we covered her travel expenses. There is a fee associated with our HAT program and the loaning of that equipment out to districts. So we earn revenue through that system in order to purchase current equipment, because the pace at which technology changes with FM systems and how they coordinate with individual devices, they must be upgraded regularly. So we utilize that fee that we gain through revenue purposes in order to purchase those materials that are then loaned out. So we cover her travel expenses and her salary through our outreach department. But again, that outreach, that separate internal allocation to outreach is all part of our one state allocation from the legislature.
Okay, and I did that's great, because I did wonder, those kids are getting resources and their USDs should be paying you for that. I mean, they're getting the money, so it should be going where the student gets her services, is my thoughts. But and I wanted to ask Dr. Watson, because I did say this a little bit earlier in our presentation earlier with Dr. Lane. I do know that I think we act as the local board for the State Board of Education, so I want to be heavily involved in the curriculum, in understanding that they're trying to, with literacy, bring the higher education into our K through 12 or pre-K through 12, and I'd like to see if we could improve literacy standards or curriculum for the School for the Deaf, because I know that this is such a tough area that your school's been struggling with. And I do kind of wonder if the ASL, going to what Melanie said, I know it's almost a different language, so a lot of times it doesn't translate to what we read in a book. So we speak a whole sentence in ASL. From what I understand of my children learning it, it's much more abbreviated. So that might also be something we want to incorporate into a curriculum, is maybe some of those kinds of things, if I'm on track.
I want to provide a little bit more background. I won't go in too great of depth. English-speaking students are monolingual students. They're utilizing one language. So if they can hear from birth, they're learning how to read and write in that one language. For many deaf children, they are becoming bilingual. So we have to decide which language should be the foundational language in order to develop literacy for those children. For the majority of deaf, hard of hearing children, that will be American Sign Language. Those who do have some auditory access may have English as their first language. We see that increasing with the use of different amplification devices such as hearing aids and cochlear implants. However, there remains a problem that when these children are very young, even with those devices, access to incidental information is lacking. They still must have a very strong foundation, and it has to be built very early in either a spoken language or an ASL. We receive many students to our campus who don't have that strong language foundation. So we are working really hard to fill in the gaps because they only have, 12, 13 years of school. With our language assessment program, that has been a critical component, and that work is helping us to recognize that we need to be working with our parents, helping these parents understand that their child needs more language inputs at home, spoken English inputs at home, as well as sign language inputs at home. So that becomes fundamental for literacy. I'll use myself as an example. I grew up with deaf parents with ASL from the get-go, and who really emphasized reading and writing from a very young age, as well as when I went through school and on through college. But many deaf babies and young children don't have that same level of privilege like I did. So my passion is providing that strong language foundation as early as possible. That's why our outreach team goes out, and we're providing resources and support to as many families as we can, as early as we can. When you look at deaf education nationwide, they're undergoing the same thing. We all have the goal of trying to raise the reading level to get students to be reading on grade level. But for some students, that's true, but for many, they are not on level. Again, because they've not had that full language access at that young age, building those language foundations. So I feel very passionately that we work hard to help our students catch up and make as many gains as possible while they are with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you for your presentation. And Luann, just a quick question. What percentage of kids are at School for the Deaf that may go and receive services with like either Blue Valley or Olathe? It's like a reciprocal, they have an IEP and maybe they need some services and they go to their local school in that region, or they're at the School for the Deaf. What percentage is it? Very small, or do you know right off the hand, or is that kind of?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I want to say that it's a small proportion. It would be a decision based on each child's IEP team and what that specific child needs. In terms of courses, they may be dually enrolled at Blue Valley or Olathe, or we have children who come to KSDE, so it varies. We have some children who go and take one class at Blue Valley, for example, or spend a whole half day there, and the other half of their day at KSDE. Again, it's an IEP team decision, and decisions are made individually. If a child has parents who want their child to learn ASL, that child may spend most of their day in their local district and come to KSD for a couple of hours. So also whether that child is involved in CTE courses, that's another way that we may be reaching out and partnering with those other local districts.
I think this was mentioned in the task force. If they are only there, they're 3/4 of the day at KSD and maybe a quarter of the day at their local district, who owns that IEP as far as like who has, I can't remember what we decided on that. I think it was mentioned, but I forgot who has control over that IEP. Obviously the parents very involved, but which school?
Are you asking who owns the IEP or claims the student? It often depends on a negotiation between the School for the Deaf and the local school district. Typically, if they take the majority of their classes at one or the other school, that's the one that owns the IEP. So I'd say we own approximately 98% of the IEPs. There's only a few students in which other school districts would, quote unquote, own the IEP.
Thank you. I know it was a long discussion, but I couldn't remember how we landed on that. Thank you.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Superintendent Barron, for all the great work that I've observed you do. And I just definitely want to compliment you for your leadership. Also, I wish we would have had this presentation prior to our first task force meeting. I think I might have come in with some knowledge that may have been helpful along the way, but I've learned so much by participating in the meetings on your campus. So thank you for that experience. My question, though, centers on post graduation or post advancement from the program success for the students. Do you have any, maybe one story of how the technical training, vocational program benefited a student? I know you said you want to convert one building perhaps into some type of technical training center. So I think it's important for me and maybe some of the rest of us to know how your students experience success once they have emerged from your building. Thank you.
Let me tell you a story that really varies student to student. The largest percentage of our student population post-graduation enter the workforce. They're not ready for college. They haven't had sufficient time to catch up academically to be on level to enter college. However, we do have, year by year, the number varies, but I'd say maybe 10% of our student population goes off to college. It's a very small number. Some years, none of our students do, and as well as class size is another factor there. Right now, I'm writing a letter of recommendation as we speak for an alumnus or alumni who came into KSD very late. They could use spoken English, and they only had an English background. They came into our school at the high school level and started to learn how to sign, and they really struggled. When he graduated, he didn't go off to college right away. He struggled to find employment, and then he found his passion. He wanted to get his associate's degree, so he did that. Then he got his BA. Then he got his master's. He's now applying to KU for a PhD study in school counseling. So to me, that's a success story, despite the struggle that he experienced when he was in high school. It's just that his life journey, and in general, my observations are that even within that field, students are slower to actualize what they want to do later in life. So I've seen that pattern in terms of they have to get comfortable with language and communication access and then find their niche and then set those goals and work to achieve them. We currently do not have any formal CTE programming on campus. So those students tend to go take classes at Olathe North if they're interested in pursuing some CTE. We do have dual placement for students that, again, it's an IEP decision. And if it suits their transition goals, they can go off there and receive a certification and proceed on further. So every child is different. Each one has different dreams. Depending upon how early they get their language access, the results vary.
Superintendent, when you were talking about the cut, the 1.5% in the language assessment program, I'm not sure, I didn't catch all the words of those funds. I'm trying to understand more what that is, because you mentioned it a couple of times. Does that make sense?
In terms of what is the language assessment program, that's your question?
Yes.
So the language assessment program, let me back up. Back in 2017, there was a group of deaf individuals who were highly concerned about children who were deaf and hard of hearing and whether or not those children were meeting their language development milestones in both American Sign Language and English. Because we were noticing a trend that these children were not kindergarten ready when they arrived due to that lack of early language access as explained previously. So a law was passed in the state of Kansas that said any entity or agency needs to provide assessment to these children from birth to age 8 on a yearly basis. There was a 15-month advisory committee to discuss what should these assessments look like, what should their cost be, who are the qualifications, what are the qualifications for those who do the assessments. So in that 15-month process, the Department of Ed, I'm trying to remember who served on that committee. They had representation who said the Department of Education doesn't have this level of expertise to do the assessment on deaf and hard of hearing children. The Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing didn't have the human resources, the staff resources. So they recommended that KSDE take on this work. So for the last 7 or 8 years, we have gone through an implementation and have gone to the legislature for funding for this specific initiative. When we started this program, we had to utilize our internal budget to pilot the process to see the benefits. And then we've been back to the legislature. We went 2 or 3 years in a row. We finally were funded for birth to 3. For the 3 to 8 category, they said you have to establish a fee for service and build the school districts. We really didn't want to do that, but that's what was decided because everybody agreed that this work is important. The purpose of this program is that during that birth to 3 time period, we go in-house to in-home visits and we assess their language development milestones in both ASL and English. Some parents prefer only English, and if that's true, that's what we do. Some parents prefer that we assess both languages. So we have an assessor who is proficient in ASL and one who is proficient in English. They assess the student and then take the data in terms of where that child is on their language development milestones. Thus far, 91% of the students who have been assessed are not meeting their language development milestones, which means we do that assessment, but the surrounding supports and interventions are not yet there to help make improvements. So that is ongoing work. We are collaborating with the University of Vanderbilt and Sacramento State University. We feed them data that has been approved to be given to them to really research where are the specific language gaps, what needs to be done. So that research work is still in its preliminary stages because the goal is to help these children require language right away. Because if you think about a child who can hear, an infant, they're hearing everything that's going on around them at all times, all sorts of incidental learning. Yeah. And so, we talk about reading, but we have to go back to that early language access, and it's really an issue of access. What kind and how much, and that's where the research is driving us currently.
Thank you. Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think you answered my question with the CT, because I was wondering if you had access to work keys, if you were working with work keys, and I'm assuming the answer is the same with Olathe?
Yes, we do utilize work keys.
Okay, and I just wanted to say on the 91% not meeting the milestones, where are the language gaps? I hope that can also be brought in. I know that Dr. Lane that's not her specialty or anything like that, but literacy is. And so I'm hoping that maybe she can help bridge that gap with maybe where we're at and where you're at.
A lot of curriculum is auditory based. So we need to keep that in mind. A lot of reading curriculum is auditorily based, which is not a good fit for students who are deaf and hard of hearing. We need something that is visually based. And that is a challenge to develop a curriculum that is suitably designed for deaf and hard of hearing children. Part of the reason is because deaf and hard of hearing is a low incidence group. It's a very small percentage of students nationwide. So a lot of curriculum companies do not make money from developing strong curriculum for this small percentage group. So there are currently 11 schools for the deaf who are working, as we are, with the American Reading Company. We're now in our 2nd year working with this curriculum company to see and assess how we can even more appropriately make their curriculum work with deaf and hard of hearing students. So it's a constant search for curricular materials that are evidence-based products that we engage in.
Melanie?
I hope I'm not wearing out the chair with repeated questions. I realize we're running pretty far behind, but Luann, you've made me think of some new things. So real quick, I'm wondering, what is the path that a student follows to come to your school, at what point do they get assessed, identified, and who decides that they may or may not come to KSD? For instance, if they do have a cochlear implant, how does that work? They're able to hear and maybe speak. So perhaps their parents want them to learn how to speak. What does that process look like briefly?
Let me start with a child at birth. They are identified as deaf and hard of hearing through the newborn hearing screening tests at the hospital. The Kansas Department of Health reaches out to us, and then we send our early intervention specialists out to the family in their home if the parents want that services. They have to consent to services. So once we come in, home visits proceed for the next 3 years. Once that child turns 3, typically, they're not sent at KSD, especially if they live at a distance because of dorm costs. So at 3, sometimes they can be lost, and then we won't see that child again until kindergarten. So that 3 to 5 age range could be a gap. Then we have our early childhood education, ages 3 to 5, might be great. We have our own center on campus. They may receive early childhood services in their home area. And so we won't see that child between the ages of 3 to 5 until they come in at kindergarten. Birth to 3, the child has an IFSP, an individualized family service plan. And that's where we provide services in home or early intervention. Once the child turns 3, they then transfer to an IEP. And then there's a decision from the IEP team in terms of what is the least restrictive environment for that child. And then there's a discussion that proceeds, and they make a decision. If the IEP team feels that that child as least restrictive environment in their home district is not being met, they discuss other placement options. So sometimes the recommendation is to send them to KSD, other times it is not. So again, it is an individualized IEP team decision. We do typically get students talking about KSD as a placement option. If parents really want to focus on the spoken English part, they tend to keep them in their local school district, unless KSD is providing enough supports, the family can come and take a tour and feel like, oh, okay, KSD can provide enough spoken language as well as ASL language access. I would say 70% of our on-campus students reside locally, so many parents in other portions of the state do sometimes move to the area where their students could be day students.
Thank you. And then a quick follow-up. So if those students are still at their home district, or even for the CTE students that are maybe going to Olathe for CTE, who provides the interpreter? Do those students always have an interpreter with them?
Yes. So let me back up. KSD works with the Olathe School District, for example. They provide the interpreters, and then we pay for that interpreting services for our KSD students who go over there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. It was really good information. We definitely appreciate your time in coming over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm guessing I'm still next, right? Is that correct, to discuss our out-of-state tuition?
And that is an action item. So do you have anything you want to add from what Superintendent Harding gave us last month?
No, I do not have anything additional. We had planned to speak on the issue together, so.
Right. Yeah, that was my
We've
understanding.
been working together.
Right, that there was a full working together on that. Okay. Does anybody have any questions before we take a vote on the increase of tuition? Looking. Okay, then I would take a motion. Did she have anything she wanted to add? I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure I asked that. Okay,
No, ma'am.
okay. Okay. And Deborah, Betty, we lost Betty at about 10:40. So this will be 8 of us voting with Danny gone as well, just to make sure everybody's aware of the situation. So Debbie, if you wanted to read the motion.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the proposed tuition rate increase for out-of-state students at the Kansas School for the Deaf and the Kansas State School for the Blind. The proposed new rates for the 2026-2027 school year would be as follows. Day services, an increase from $40,000 to $50,000 per student. Dormitory services, an increase from $20,000 to $25,000 per student.
Second. Jim? All in favor? We're good. Oh, she is there. Is she there? I see her picture, but I don't know if she's there. I mean, I think we're good either way.
Well, if Betty wants to text me,
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Do we have?
9-0. No, she has not responded, so just take it as a 9.
Would be an 8-0.
8-0.
8-0. Okay, that passes. Thank you again so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. That was really good information. Thank you. Okay, next up, we are going to talk about the KSDE KNEA negotiation and get an updated report from Attorney Mark Ferguson and Board Member Michelle Dombrowski.
It's represented on the board agenda as a vote. We will not be taking a vote today. This will be a continued report and information item only. The vote will not likely occur until December, the December meeting, because the parties have continued negotiation meetings scheduled for November 18th, and trying to get a time that everyone was mutually available it pushes that out and continues to extend the negotiation portion. I had represented to the board chair that it was going to be 3 minutes or less, and then I saw my good friend Jonathan Wright walk in, and so I felt like I needed to introduce him, and I'm sure he would be disappointed if he didn't get to hear an update on from us in a little more detail. Jonathan Wright is the Alliance Uniserve Director for KNEA and is in the room. Mr. Wright is here to not only hear Superintendent Barron talk about the budget information, because that's been very prominent in the negotiations between the administration on behalf of the board and the KNEA representatives at the negotiation table. And so I did want to point out that I'm not going to go through, like we did last month, each of the topics or subjects and the supporting positions and rationale. All of that is included in your board packet. I looked at it just to make sure, and I guess we wanted to be absolutely sure that you didn't miss anything, so I think it's in there twice. So pages 98 through 160 in the board materials are the written materials that we have published and shared with you to keep you updated on the subjects and allow you to ask any questions, things like that. So it's in there extensively. If you have questions, feel free to contact after the board meeting any of the members of the team. I think it's important just to the takeaways, I guess, for the statistics that are important to maybe highlight about the compensation and benefit numbers. So fiscal year 25, the budget request by Kansas School for the Deaf, the total cost for salary and benefits was $4,855,902. The increase that was approved, that was referred to by Superintendent Barron in the budget that had already been submitted for fiscal year 26, included an additional $785,000 $445 as additional new funds to go towards the total cost of salary and benefits. That's not only the combined increase to the salary schedule, but you have to factor in an approximate 21% benefit cost on top of that. So it's 20 and a fractional percent increase approved. So those would be the numbers that would be involved in the past practice of following the previous year increase for Olathe, and then taking that and applying that to the salary schedule and the benefit increases for the School for the Deaf for their members of their bargaining unit. The supplemental budget request that is built into the additional request that we've highlighted for you and that Superintendent Barron has described as going back to the legislature would be for an additional $170,598. That's the additional, what I call the incremental cost over what has already been requested and approved. If you look at those three categories, the amount requested in the previous budget year, the amount requested and approved for fiscal year 26, and the supplemental budget request, that gets you to the $6,000 a cell that the KSDE School for the Deaf bargaining unit is asking for. So just to be clear, the $785,445 has already been requested and approved, but that has not been delivered because it's not been agreed upon in terms of the amount of the salary increase for fiscal year 26. We're waiting on the extended budget process and the supplemental budget request of $170,598 before the parties can come to terms on the total amount that's been tentatively agreed on, which is a request of $6,000 cell increase for the 25-26 school year, which we're now deep into that school year. So there are quite a few administrative details about staff not getting those increases at the beginning of the school year and the delay that these negotiations are causing, but we're working through that. So one of the things was that as we've highlighted in previous reports and in the written summaries, the primary focus was to get that initial starting salary at the $50,000 range. And I'm giving an abbreviated summary of the very extensive conversations that have went into the kind of the final ask. And so that's the supporting statistics and the background for where we are in what's I would call year one of the salary and benefit increases for this current school year. The additional increase, which we reported to the board last month, is that Superintendent Barron has agreed to make a presentation to the legislature for an additional increase of 2.5% for year two of the agreement, which would be for school year 26-27, and to keep the terminology the same, that we've tried to be sure that we clarify that the fiscal year number is actually the back end of the school year. So fiscal year 27 would be for the school year 26-27, and that's that has been requested, that 2.5%. The KSDE group has asked to continue discussions at the table, and we have that scheduled for November 18th, and we hope to bring a final negotiated agreement to you in December for vote. Okay. And I would just defer to my colleagues if they have any comments to add, or if you have any questions for the team.
I want to be fully transparent. If the legislature agrees to approve our request for this fiscal year, 2026, that means we have to completely change our calendar, school calendar for this school year.
Oh, wow.
And that change may happen as late as April. It would be an increase from 181 days to 187 days. So once that final approval happens, it may cause some confusion, but I think it'd be a one-time happenstance of this year if the legislature agrees to that improvement. That means we will be quickly adding 6 additional days at the end of the school year, which means for this academic year, it may push our closing date into June. So we have been working on what changes would happen to our calendar should the legislature approve that request.
And just for clarity, when you say one time, meaning the ability to compress a calendar that's already been established and add days at the end of a calendar year, but the presumption would be that going forward each year the contracts would be under 187.
Correct.
So it just creates challenges
Correct.
this year because people have planned their calendars and the school calendar's been published, but we're working through those the best possible way.
Jim, do you have a comment?
Question.
Question.
What happens if we approve this
We're not.
and the legislature does not come up with the funds?
Yeah.
Are we approving a deficit budget?
Well, it's our position, and as I've advised the board, I mean, this is subject to approval of the legislature because it's not, we don't have the ability to go out and raise our own funds through bonds or taxes or other finance means. So it is subject to the approval and allocation of the legislature. So I try to be careful there because it's not just the approval, but it has to actually be funded. So we've had other situations where things have been approved, but the money hasn't actually been dispersed, and we've experienced that with the federal government. We've seen that in some state situations where items have been approved, built into the plans, built in the budget, and nearly either retroactively or at the end of that cycle, they're told we have that money or we have less than what you anticipated.
But
So
that's
our-
something that we need to understand before we approve it.
But knowing that our approval is contingent upon the legislature doing their part. Okay. 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 Seeing no other comments up? Thank you. Thank you again, Superintendent. Thank you. Okay, moving forward will be Dr. Renee Nugent, Deputy Commissioner over Division of Learning Services, as we talk about some recommendations on regulation review and the processes.
Yes, all the fun talk about policy. I am going to preface this a fun fact about me. I loved watching the FFA presentation yesterday, and I went home to look for my white FFA jacket from high school because I was the Northeast Kansas FFA sweetheart in high school. So I had a big competition to get there. I knew the creed and interview, the whole thing. So that was really fun. Excited to be in front of you again today. Sometimes policy talk isn't the most fun talk in the world, but remember last time I presented, we went through the whole list of what districts are required to do every year. And then you as a state board said one of our board goals really ought to be looking at policy, regulation, and alignment. And specifically, your goal said we will eliminate, align, and design policies and regulations in pre-K-12 to enhance the school improvement process, allowing school systems to focus on school success. And if you know anything about me in my short time here, school improvement is my love language, so this really aligns nicely with that. Here are a few things the state board can regulate, and Peyton is here today, so she's a real policy expert in my opinion. So if you have some specific questions, I'm happy to bring her up as well. But the state board may adopt rules and regulations not in conflict with the law for matters within its jurisdictions, such as courses of study, accreditation, and certification and licensure for educators and administrators. So that's the bulk of our policy, as you'll be looking at over the course of the next several months to a year, I'm assuming. According to the Kansas Constitution, Article 6, Section 2, the legislature establishes a state board of education with general supervision over public schools, educational institutions, and all educational interests of the state except those under the Board of Regents. So essentially what that translates to is you don't have to have legislative permission to exercise your supervisory authority as long as these actions don't conflict with the law. Okay, so what we're going to be talking over the course of the next several months are specific actions that you have some control over. And there is obviously a big difference from that list I gave you last time. Some things are very federal related, some things state related, and some things local board related. So all I'm really here today to talk about is kind of what your scope is. If we looked at regulations, it's kind of like a book. The regs are a book. Articles of those regulations are chapters within a book. And then every regulation is like a page in a book. And so what you're going to find is we have like 16 articles or chapters. But each of those chapters can be anywhere from 1 to 53 regulations long, pages long. And last couple weeks ago, Kathy, Danny, Jake, Scott, Peyton, and myself met, and just looking at the articles, Kathy, I bet would agree, Chair Hopkins would agree that it's a little overwhelming. And there will be a lot of dialogue and discussion around every one of them, and we're really trying to come up with a process that makes this efficient but effective at the same time. So with that process, which is what I'm going to share with you today, a proposed process for how we approach this, I'm going to share the process today, and then hopefully in November, you will give me feedback and potentially vote on a process. So I'm hoping to kind of lead the process, of course, with the assistance of Scott, who knows all things law, and Peyton and Jake as well. And so we'll be looking at kind of a litmus test of 3 items. Does the current regulation pose a significant administrative burden? Is it disconnected from student learning? And does it strain resources? If you remember way back when I said I kind of have a litmus test of, is it good for kids? Can we support teachers in making it happen, and can we afford it? This aligns right with that litmus test. You know, is it causing strain or burden to districts? Is it disconnected from our outcome, which is student learning? And does it strain our resources? So my hope would be I would present a regulation change to the state board by article. The board's going to receive an overview of these proposed changes and give me a general direction. Yeah, you're on the right track. No, you're not. Go back and revisit. I would do that with program area staff. So that could be licensure department, it could be assessment department, whatever staff that, and hopefully the field, and edit that language and then bring it back to you to review and vote on those edited regulations. If approved and once approved, those changes then have to get submitted to the Department of Administration and then to the Attorney General's office for review. And then the final step is public comment and public hearing before final adoption. So I'll just kind of go back and look at this process. We want to make sure it meets this litmus test. So we're going to focus on those articles that truly impact student learning. Then we'll go through, here's what we're thinking. Are we on the right track, State Board? give us feedback, and then I would bring it back to you for edits and a vote, and then it goes through the regulation review process. And I would stand for questions on the process itself.
And what everyone here will now know, whether you've been here a few months or a few years, those last two bullets may be done by this board and not seen to vote on by this board. Those can take anywhere from the least amount of time since I've been here has been just under 1 year. We did about 6 months. 6 months, right? The FAFSA, if I remember. Just crossed it out. That was just an elimination. To over 2.5 years. And that is not in your control. That is in statutory how the regulation process has to work.
Jim?
I was going to say the same thing. I'm accustomed as a superintendent to build up and make a decision finally after a lot of discussion on Monday night and implement it on Tuesday morning. And so I find this to be extremely frustrating. And I just wanted to point out the same thing that Randy did. Those of us that are not going to be here after the next election, our replacements will probably be the ones that vote the last time.
Yeah. But if we don't start, we don't ever get there.
Right, and it's kind of a catch-22. If you don't do anything, then these remain a burden. And so I think that at least you work towards your board goal on looking at changing what you can.
And it might be that some things can simply be crossed off. I mean, we might see some of those
Correct.
to where we can send them through and we might get them back fairly quickly.
Correct.
So we can always hope, but we want to work toward that goal of assisting our districts in removing any burdens or things that just literally don't make sense to them anymore.
Absolutely.
Some things change. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back a little bit. So, because when you reference Article 6, Section 2 as the context, I always feel like we ignore Section 5, which I think actually just explains Section 2, because how you manage the schools is also set up in the Constitution, and that is through the local school boards. And I've pointed out before during our retreats that we used to do, there is case annotation that explains that to the statute 72-1138, that it just says in the second case annotation, the local boards supervise schools. And then it says in citation 3, the State Board of Education possesses general supervisory powers over district boards. So because in my view of how this body should be functioning, I think that's just very, very key, that we need to be building that relationship, not necessarily with the schools themselves as much as with those local boards. Not to cut out the local schools, but just to say that our focus should be those local boards and assisting them and helping them and doing that general supervision with them rather than down at the school level. That would just be my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, but we need to really stay in what's on the table right now. And this is our role in regulation, and this is our desire in our board goals to clean up, review, clean up where we can, remove burdens where we can, assist in student learning, which is our focus. So in this process that we're talking about today, that's the ask. So we'll have, the month to think about that, but I mean, it's pretty basic to me. If we're looking at doing this and being able to move this forward, to allow staff to start that process. So if there's a question about the process that's been presented on how we can do this with the regulations, if anybody has any questions there, and if you would go ahead and flip, is it the next one? Back to your actual process, yes. So we would do, yes, looking at the litmus test, as you called it, making sure that we're aligning with those ideas and then bringing it before the board with proposed edits.
Yeah, it'll be some recommended language and edits. Just an example would be Kathy and I started talking about a specific article or regulation when we were just in conversation, right? And just the two of us could have talked about that for 45 minutes and we would have never ended the meeting. So we need to offer the time for discussion, but we also probably need to come in with some recommendations in advance.
Absolutely. And you'll work with Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
With the attorney, because make sure our language is as close as possible, because that also slows the process down on our end. So in order to move forward, that recommended language would be legal language for the regulation, and then you would help us understand the why behind it.
Correct.
What does this do for the district? How does it impact?
Impact, relieve administrative burden, or reconnect with student learning, or
absolutely
create
Michelle?
Are they starting from like years back and moving up to date? Since I'm thinking of things that we talked about last time that we're so outdated. It's like we still have to comply to something that doesn't even happen in our school. So are we starting there and then moving our way forward?
So we kind of have a couple of schools of thought. We kind of want to see if the process goes through first. We've looked at maybe taking one that's a little easier and one that's a little harder and approaching it that way. But I think we want to kind of we want to test the process, right? Because if the process doesn't work, we're going to need to come back to the table and say this process doesn't work. So I think we'll find a couple articles that we know are pretty much no-brainers, cross off to start with, work through the process that way, and then really start diving in. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So if we're clear, okay, moving forward. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. Okay, do we need a quick break, or can we go into the Special Education Advisory Committee report first? Okay, quick break, 10 minutes. We'll be right back. Oh, it looks like we might have, I can't get you back. watch what time it was. Are we back on, Eric? Okay, back from break. We are on item number 7, which is the quarterly report from Special Education Advisory Committee, or SEAC. And Dr. Lena Kistner, if I'm saying that right, will be presenting. Welcome. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. We should have some PowerPoint slides. It is not the video. Yeah, well, I'll just do an introduction quick while those are coming up. I'm Lena Kisner. I am the chair of SEAC, most importantly, parent of a child with a disability, which over half of our members meet that criteria. What I get paid to do is be the special education director in Reno County. And so we office out of Hutchinson, but serve the 5 rural school districts in Reno County. So it's my pleasure to be here today representing SEAC and sharing with you a little bit about what we have been doing in our council. And then I would just invite you to ask questions as we go, as well as if there's any information that you would like, us to look into. We are happy to take that feedback. Joyce Broyles, and her contact information will be on our last slide, is our administrative assistant and is the best contact to get information to SEAC. So, okay. All right.
Before you move on, I do want to note for the record that Betty is back on Zoom with us, so she'll be in the rest of the meeting, hopefully.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So these are some of the topics that SEAC has been talking about over this year so far. We received a report from the Education Funding Task Force, and of course you know that they have spent some time looking at special education models, so we were able to hear information about that. We had a great presentation at our last meeting about the new state assessment cut scores and looking at some of the results on how students with disabilities are performing on those. And then we had also a nice discussion regarding CTE programs. Oftentimes what we see is an underrepresentation of students with disabilities in CTE programs. So we were able to talk a little bit about some of the barriers that maybe exist in some of our CTE programs for students with disabilities to be able to participate in those, and how KSDE team is working on some resources for the field to help address some of those barriers. So some really great discussion there. We also received updated information from TASN. As you know, several of their grants have gone out, and they were revamped a little bit. And so we had a nice presentation about all the different projects. A lot of our special education folks across the state use a lot of TASN resources, so it was nice to hear about all of their projects. And then you may recall some information from past meetings about the OSEP visit that occurred in September 2024, looking at differentiated monitoring, and they did their on-site review. So we got kind of a beginning stage overview of what that report looked like, and then KSDE has submitted that report to OSEP, and they are working on addressing those DMS report requirements. So some of our priorities, and this is again where I'd invite your help out in your local districts. We have 4 open positions on our council: a general education teacher, representative of a virtual school, representative of a charter school, and a representative of a district that represents the McKinney-Vento program. So if you know of anyone in your district that might be interested in serving on our council, we are taking applications for those and would love to have that person submit an application, and that can come from Joyce. She has the link for those applications. An upcoming topic, we're going to be talking about Part C to Part B transition. So as you know, Part C is our infant toddler program in Kansas, and Part B is the 3 to 21 special education services. And so by law, kiddos who are in that Part C have to be evaluated, and if found eligible, by their 3rd birthday. And so that's what we mean when we say the Part C to B transition. And so we do typically an annual meeting with the state IC OCC and their council, which is the State Interagency Coordinating Council that oversees the early childhood and infant toddler programming. And so we're going to have those conversations jointly and make sure that everything's going well in those transitions, and if there's anything we can help support across the state. We have been talking for over a year now about special education services in virtual school settings. As you know, we've seen an increase in the number of virtual schools and students who are participating in that type of platform. And, post-COVID, there was probably a jump that we weren't ready for. And so we've kind of been having to play some catch up in what does the provision of FAPE look like in a virtual school setting. And so we just continue to dive into that and how students are performing and, what kind of supports can we provide to make sure that we're addressing student needs in that setting, which does look a little bit different than a typical brick and mortar. So that will continue to be a priority topic for our council. And then I would just open and welcome any feedback from the board. If there are any services or programs related to special education that you think our council should be looking at or addressing in future agenda items, that we would be happy to hear those and receive that information. And I'm trying to get you back on schedule a little bit. So Joyce Broyles, there's her contact information. If you need to reach out to SEAC, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Just have a real quick question on ESI training. Is that the district and then within each building is responsible for that as far as the ESI training? And where would they get help from that if they needed to get assistance from the Department of Education?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. ESI is not specific to special education. It is an all education requirement. And so my experience is that most districts do it at the district level, but then they also can do follow-up as needed at a building level if that's appropriate. Every district has some type of program that they use for what we call proactive de-escalation techniques. Some of the common ones in Kansas are MANT or CPI that teach both de-escalation techniques as well as safe uses of restraint if it meets the criteria established in the law. And so those often happen at a more individual level where you do small group, there are specific requirements, like for MANT, for instance, one certified trainer can train 20 people in the relational aspect of MANT, but only 10 in the technical skills. And so you have to work within the parameters set by those organizations. The general ESI training that is available through some of the TASN initiatives and that information is where we would typically send people if they're just looking for the basic level of training.
Thank you.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Kisner. Appreciate this update. I'm very happy to help try to recruit some individuals for the advisory committee, but I'm just wondering, should we check with you or perhaps Ms. Broyles about regions where we don't see a lot of representation? Because I know the level of needs can be different across the state, so if there might be a region where you don't really have someone there to represent their concerns, should we ask you all for a list of those regions, or shall we just start recommending folk?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the things when we get applicants, our executive kind of subcommittee takes a look at all of those, and region representativeness is one of the factors that we look at because we want to ensure we have a broad range of voices on our council. And so right now we do have fairly good representation across the state, and so I think we're safe to say if you have someone in mind, I will specifically ask Joyce to send you the link for our applications, and then you can feel free to send that out. And, I know we have 15 applicants so far, but when we have choices, then we're able to find the most suitable candidates for our council.
I can help all of you with this. So what we'll do in the Friday notes is we'll send you a list of the current SEAC members and the district that they are in, and then the list of the vacancies and the application, and it'll be all in one place, and then you can decide what you'd like to do with it. Okay.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I have the privilege of sitting on SEAC as an ex officio member, and so I get to hear this. It's great to just be in the room with everybody to hear those presentations. You can watch them on YouTube if you so desire. But my question may actually be for the both of you, you and the commissioner, because I think it's been maybe 5 days since the announcement came out that at the federal level, they had cut a vast percentage of the jobs in special education and the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. So I'm just curious if you all are talking about that across the different folks that we see represented at SEAC, and what we're going to do at the department level here in Kansas to ramp up the support that's necessary. So I'm curious what those gaps look like. And it's a bit of a roller coaster because I'll come to a meeting like SEAC. I also serve on the Kansas Volunteer Commission, and so I attended one of those meetings, and we had a great meeting in April, and then all of a sudden that money was gone as well, and programs got shut down, and then they came back. So sometimes we just don't know what we can count on.
Yeah. Okay, that's an excellent question and a timely one. And I'll pick the pieces that I feel like maybe I can speak to, and then I'll let Commissioner Watson take the rest. So first of all, there has been no change in IDEA, and so our requirements for providing FAPE in public schools remains the same, regardless of any staff to oversee the IDEA right now. And so rest assured that our priority is to continue to provide a FAPE education for all of our students that have disabilities in Kansas. So that's what we continue to do. As far as the funding goes, IDEA, those special education funds, are typically what we call forward funded. And so those are available for this fiscal year. And so we will have access to those. And that's kind of as far as I feel like I can speak to your question. It's too new. There have been no formal conversations within SEAC about it.
So overall, this is a very global statement, and there's places you could poke holes in it. Special education, that money flows to the state, and while there are federal laws, it's a state function to adhere to the federal laws. So our team is intact. As was mentioned, the funding is forward funding, so it's automated funding now that flows for the rest of the fiscal year. And any conflict disputes that would take place over an IEP with a school, district, a cooperative, interlocal, or parent is all handled at the state level. So we could get into other areas where we'll probably see more of an impact immediately because, like the Office of Civil Rights, for example, where we don't have much of a role in that. That goes directly to the federal government. But the way special ed is set up, it's federal requirements along with state, but then states are given the authority to execute all the rights and responsibilities under the federal law. Is that helpful?
That's helpful. I was thinking too about just when at the federal level is there advice or resources that are available to staff in the Kansas department that now are no longer there?
That's an excellent question, and it was referenced to what CS talked about with OSEPs coming and talking to us, or we attend a conference. Those are not happening. So information and updates around federal staffing just aren't happening because those employees are not working or have been furloughed and aren't being planned to work. So that has stopped. That's why I said in general.
Which was largely due to the shutdown of the
Oh,
government.
no, that is because of the shutdown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to ask a question. I have no idea if this is within the realm. So just say, nope, not my deal, and we'll move on. But several of us on the board have at different times heard from parents about classroom clearing. So when a student is apparently out of control, would be my best word for that, I guess, then the classroom gets cleared. Is there any role that SEAC plays in trying to figure out how we can lessen that happening, or what because I don't know. So feel free to tell me, nope, not my deal. And
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair question, and certainly anytime there's a classroom clearing, that is a situation that's emotionally charged for both staff and students involved. And so I think, looking back historically, SEAC's had a very active role in the drafting of the ESI regulations and, defining all of those things. Activities that happen at a local level when those individual decisions are made certainly would be outside the scope of SEAC, but what we see as, we hear those kinds of things, if we see a pattern, then, our job is to look and say, do we have a gap in resources somewhere that SEAC can help emphasize, whether it's a conversation with, the SETS team or a conversation with TASN and saying, where's the gap in resources that's allowing this problem to continue? And right now, I think we're probably at a situation where we have a good amount of resources available, and, we just have to make sure that districts understand how to access those resources. And so that can also be an avenue that SEAC can take, is just sharing that information out in our communities and through the established, listservs and communication methods to talk about that. But most of the time, those room clearing situations are very nuanced, and, those decisions are being made in a moment when things are intense, and to try to second guess what happened is certainly difficult, but we deal with that at the local level as special education directors, then to review and talk with those teams and debrief and ask those very questions, like, could we have intervened differently at some point that might have resulted in a different outcome?
Right, we're all learning, and when you talk about the communication piece, we know that's the hardest part of all of it. It's just getting the right information to the right people and continuing the training, like you said. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our policy is pretty universal then in Kansas. If you have federal and then you have state, and you have the department helping facilitate this across the state of Kansas, you have local boards. Do they have specific policies based off of the districts? Are they all different, or are they universal? So if you're dealing with a policy that maybe, a policy wasn't followed or whatever, is that going to be that local issue that will handle that, or is that something that the department helps them with, or what role does the state board play in something like that if a policy is violated?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I think we all have local procedure manuals, and so we all follow the same general law, and so each local school board, I would say, generally has some pretty similar policies, but how those are implemented in practice is what can look a little bit differently, because I have different resources in my district than, Wichita or Topeka or Kansas City has in theirs. And so whenever there is a violation of whether it's, policy, practice, or procedure, then, what we would always recommend is that be handled at the most local level first, because that's where you get the quickest resolution. And I think in Kansas, what we see when there are concerns that something has been mishandled is often families will file a formal complaint. And I say often, but our number of formal complaints has gone up, but is still relatively a small percentage when you compare it to a lot of other states and to the number of students with disabilities that we serve in Kansas. And so that is an option for families. Families have options for dispute resolution that include things like formal complaints, mediation, or filing for due process. Due process is not something that happens very often in Kansas, because we're pretty good at mediating these concerns at the local level. So to have something rise to the state board, I would say would have to be just something that we see across the field. People are not doing correctly, and I'm not aware of anything like that, and nothing like that has come up to our SEAC council. But I think, as I'm trying to extrapolate what that might be, I think we could look back at the history of some of the ESI regulations, and we could see that, there was a broad concern about use of seclusion and restraint practices, and so that's what led to the work group that looked at ESI regulations and developed those over time.
It's excellent. And let me just add to it from a board perspective, because trying to kind of get it down to where you live, you get a complaint. What's my role? How should I respond? You should always respond, thank you. But in the area of ESI special ed, you have set forth in the statute sets forth, federal and state, and in regulation, the process. So it was just clearly gone over. There is mediation of conflict dispute. If either side doesn't agree, you can go to due process. If either side disagrees with that, you can go to court. Mm-hmm. You have really your role is establishment of that process. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So your role isn't to make a decision. Your role is you set up the process by which that decision is going to be fair and impartial to both parties. And that truly is. If you ever go up on 6th floor, I can take you over the people that make sure that if something comes out of Reno County, that is a fair and impartial look at the facts of that case, and they both have an opportunity. So you get that question a lot. Well, why don't you do this for me, or as a parent or a family, or why don't you do this for me as a school district? You've set up, along with state and federal law, because there's a lot in this area, the process by which they have, again, conflict mediation dispute resolution, due process after that, and an ability to go to court. So I wanted you to just know that, because again, you get that, and people don't understand the role of the state board, which is to establish those processes.
So for a licensed teacher, then, if there's an issue there, their process, and that would be, it's a personnel issue, and that would not involve the state board at all then? That's
correct. Yeah, so again, on the interlocal level, the co-op level, if indeed there was an issue with a personnel as it related to some function of special education or emergency safety intervention, that would be a decision of that entity that hired that person. You would assure that the process for the services that were to be delivered or not delivered were appropriate, and that process that were just described is how people would go through that, Michelle.
It's the same process?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mark?
Mr. Commissioner, just to put a little different twist, obviously the lawyer brings up the legal advice, and so everyone is kind of, oh gosh, here we have to hear the worst case scenario. But I guess the legal advice to remind the board is that when you respond to a patron or somebody that reaches out to you, while it may not be consistent with your elected official hat and your willingness to be responsive and be involved and be helpful, if you overstep more than trying to help them get to the right place, then you make yourself a witness. Your email communications are subject to disclosure. We've had that happen. It hasn't resulted in any concern or liability. It's just a lot of extra time. You have to go through all of your emails, then you have to disclose who you forwarded that to. So it's just a friendly reminder that that's the legal advice, and take it for what it's worth. I mean, I understand you're elected people and that you want to represent people and you want to be responsive. So maybe you could blame it on the lawyer if you're not able, you'd say, look, if I get in the middle of this, then it makes me a witness. And, if you get too involved, it might make you a party. You might get sued in that when there's already a process set up. So just a reminder, because it just takes a bunch of time and effort then when you get asked for all of your emails related to this particular issue. So maybe a fair way to sidestep the issue.
Right. Good reminder. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Really appreciate it. Appreciate all your work. Okay, next on our agenda, don't pack it in too soon. Committee reports. Anybody want to jump, or I've got my list. Jim?
At the last meeting, I told you that the Educational Funding Task Force was through meeting for the year. There's been another day approved. no meetings have been called yet, but we'll probably have one more meeting.
Okay, okay. And just, I guess, I mean, you'll let us know, obviously the department will know at the same time, so we can all be aware. Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we had an event for our Kansas Council for Economic Education. They have put together a group of resources to work through ABLE, Kansas Insurance Department, Consumer Credit, Consumer Man, and DCF to help financial literacy for children, especially, well, I say children, young adult students who are maybe having some functional issues. They really specifically focused on the ABLE account, and the ABLE account is designed for those with disabilities that qualify. If they're going, and this is not just children, it's out into the world, but if they're out there and getting ahead, maybe they inherited some money. It's kind of close to my heart because I'm trying to save for a great-granddaughter of my aunt who I'm taking care of. When they get that money, it gets taken from them if they're on public welfare kind of support. Right. So this ABLE account allows them, if they qualify, to set up an account that money can be protected in that account and help them wean themselves off of that public support without being penalized. And it's up to $100,000. So it was very enlightening. I did ask them to add on, besides DCF, adult protective services, because obviously group homes would qualify. So that was a lot of fun. And then I'm wearing my shirt that was the shirt of choice at the education conference I went to in Denver, which was also very exciting. They only gave us 2 bathroom breaks all day. That's how many people talked. So you do better at giving us bathroom breaks.
Okay, well, that was good information on the economics piece. Jim, did you want to, I know we had Keisha here, so was there anything as a board member that you wanted to add to that? And you're on the executive board as well, which I think you told me the executive board has a lot to do with the appeals that are.
Yeah, we haven't had any appeals recently. Did you want to say something about that? That you were there too?
Yeah, I don't know.
The Keisha board?
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Yeah, nothing particularly controversial. We added some opportunities, I think, in to add a couple of events, cross country and track, and some of those events that could happen earlier in the day for those, especially for those school districts that are way out in western Kansas and have to drive 5 or 6 hours to get there. But we did that because it made it consistent with other things that we'd already done. So it was pretty quick,
tame.
pretty quick and easy.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of it had to do with losing daylight too, and running in the dark and things like that, and getting kids home and getting them out of school a little earlier so that they can get done with their activity after.
Okay. Melanie?
I feel like you've gotten most of my updates, but I'll just share on behalf of the KSDE group that we have 2 meetings left, I believe. There's one on October 23rd and then November.
The task force for the School for the Deaf.
Yeah, did I say, what did I say?
You put an E on the end of that, so it had me thrown for a second. KSD.
I always hear an E on the end of KSD.
And maybe you didn't, and I heard it.
Yes, so 2 meetings remain, October 23 and November 6. Those are both Thursday evenings. And I think that we are already started on a path of recommendations. Those drafts are kind of beginning, and so we will have a report later.
Okay.
The other is that the board policy committee was supposed to meet this month, but because we had an absence, we're going to move that to next month.
Okay.
And we don't have a time or date for that specifically yet.
Okay. And then you kind of spoke into the SEAC thing as she was talking. Anything else?
And I touched on the Kansas Volunteer Commission just a moment ago.
Did. Okay.
I did want to add that I learned that we had 2 departures from KSDE proper as part of that, the elimination of some of that funding, because in April there were cuts announced, and then later some of that money came back, but in the in-between space of uncertainty, some people left because of that.
Gotcha.
There were also, the commissioner may want to speak to.
No, I think you articulated that specific incident very well. I will say this, because of the federal uncertainty of federal funding. It's caused us to really make sure we have enough funds, and we're working with school districts to have enough funds to finish a school year in case there's a disruption. So right now, we're working with school districts on school nutrition, because that is one that isn't forward funded. It's funded on a reimbursement basis every month, and there's no one to reimburse the month of October right now. So you would have to have enough cash to make it until that can start again. That's just an example. But you speak to staff, and so with our staff that are federally funded, and that's a huge portion of our agency, then we've curtailed some travel. We're looking tightly at that, just making sure that we can withstand. We don't know how long it will go on, that we don't have to lay off, we don't have to furlough, and then have it added back in 30 days, and then you're scrambling to try to add someone back. So,
Right. Okay. Michelle?
I was just going to tag on to Melanie. I had my thing up just so we could make sure we talk about that. The parents were a little upset that we were cutting it one meeting shorter because we were supposed to go through the 20th of November. And that's why we started the recommendations a little earlier, which also brought up new things, as far as like more recommendations or fine tuning those recommendations to make sure we're hitting the stuff that we can change quickly, try to change quickly, and then things that they feel that we should be seeing, maybe more reports or more time for KSDE or the School for the Blind to come before the board, or at least send us more reportings every quarter, so a little more frequently, so we're not waiting and then going, oh, we didn't realize. I could be doing that as a liaison, but I would also have to be on top of it more as far as making sure. Because I don't always get all those, but if I were asking for those, then it's just like it's kind of a regular thing rather than waiting until, oh, I didn't know that, so we can be on top of it with legislation and everything too. So,
Yeah,
thanks.
true. Yeah, we'll want to be tracking that. Beryl, did you want to add anything else into the?
No, I don't.
Okay. What else I got here? Betty, are you still on? And did you have a mental health advisory committee meeting? I cannot hear you. Hang on just a sec. She's not showing muted, Eric.
Hello, can you hear me now?
There she is. Thank you. Now we hear you.
It's that meeting is Friday.
Oh, it's coming up. Okay. In that case, it would be hard to report out. I've had a professional standards board meeting, which was on the 26th of September. We looked at a lot of the ETS, which is the testing company that does all of the licensure testing, which is like the praxis test and all that comes through them. So they're looking at everybody's always looking to ways to improve and any changes that need to be made. So lots of conversations about that. They have been looking at, for 18 months, the visually impaired standards have been getting a huge review on a monthly basis, and were brought before the Professional Standards Board. Not a lot of tweaking, but there was some, there's always some little trying to update different things here and there. I think those will be coming before the board itself here pretty soon. They did vote to charge the TVSC, which is the Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee, to review the special education licensing and student teaching. So I think that will be coming to that committee, which I and Debbie both also sit on as liaisons. And so that charge is within that time frame by the end of May of this coming year that we would be. And I don't have a full look at what that means, but we'll be walking into some of that. And then the Accreditation Council, Accreditation Advisory Council, all the letters, met via Zoom. Beryl, did you make it on that one? I thought you did. So feel free to jump in, but it was kind of mostly, as I recall from my notes, Dr. Nugent was talking about aligning KESA at-risk legislative needs and the Title I stuff through ESEA because there's a lot of redundancies that happen for district in the midst of that. So they're looking at how can we kind of tie those together so there's a lot less redundancy for the district. So it's kind of in line with everything we're talking about. But seeing, and they have, we actually had some stuff in our Friday notes, so it's just that working with the federal government in the midst of that will be interesting too. But trying to find ways that we can actually work that out through KISA and have a lot less pieces out there that everybody has to try to track. And then we just got reports from the regional execs with school improvement days. Those have obviously started up. I'm going to hit one on my way home tomorrow. So yeah, good stuff. Yes, Betty. And then I'll go to you, Dennis.
Okay, and if I can just add this in, this is a reminder that we are scheduled, the board, for question and answers on November 15th for KSDE, their
Yes.
conference.
Yes.
What time is that? Do we have
It's on their agenda. I remember seeing it, but I couldn't tell you what time it was. Yeah.
I think it's 1 o'clock, 1 to 1:50
It's in the
on
middle of the
Saturday.
day. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we probably got everything. And also, if anybody, oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, you're sitting on there. I apologize.
I just wanted to say I really enjoyed yesterday, all the presentations from the ag people that are interested in that. And I did mention being at Mays with my daughter and grandchildren. That was just a special day. So many good things happening. And I'm just encouraged by all of the effort that's being pushed at local levels. It really takes one teacher to really be passionate about it. That's kind of the key. And so anyway, there, I'm on the Ag in the Classroom Committee, which is actually a nonprofit out of K-State. And the cool thing about Mays was I didn't even think about it, but there were 2 presenters there from the K-State Extension Office out of Sedgwick County. Nice. And so those people are available, and I hadn't even thought about that, but it was good to have them there in Mays. But anyway, the KFC group from K-State, that's the nonprofit, they're really into encouraging teachers, and they put out information packets for teachers to start a program in their classroom, and they're into the tower gardens and that kind of thing. And they have to depend on money that comes in from individuals and partnerships, that kind of thing. They do get some grants, but they've had 3 matching days. I think maybe the last one is coming up yet, but that's a way that they budget for the next year. Nice. And then they also go, they have a day at a K-State football game in the parking lot, which is kind of a cool idea that the staff goes out there and just talks with people and meet people and like, oh, we have ag in the classroom, and that's a good way to connect with the public. So I asked Eric, with Eric's help, there is a Ag Teacher of the Year.
Oh.
We've had the big Kansas Teacher of the Year,
that's
K-12 celebration, and this is something that if we can pull this up, this is produced from K-State, and it's a teacher, and let's just see how this goes. I hope this comes off well.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lori Levine, and I coordinate the Bachelor of Science in Elementary online program. And I nominated Kelsey Sproul for Crush the Class because she is one of the most passionate and dynamic new educators to come through our program. What stands out to me most about Kelsey is her dedication to excellence, her love for the students that she teaches, and the big ideas that she has dreamed and made a reality. Kelsey, thank you for being a passionate educator and caring for the lives of your children in school and out.
Mrs. Sproul, something that stands out to me about her is her energy level and how well that she is prepared for each day. She makes sure that her lessons are hands-on and fun, and is always so active with the children, and they just enjoy every day coming to school. Something the kids may not know about Mrs. Sproul is that she used to be a singer, She has been on the stage in the Grand Ole Opry. She has been on the stage there singing. And I don't think many people in our school maybe know about that. But that was kind of her previous life before she became a rancher's wife. So I think that's really neat. Kelsey, I have watched you grow these past 4 years, how you started teaching, and now I see the teacher that you have become, and I am just so proud of you and the growth that you have, that I have seen, how you seek out information, how now that you have that passion for teaching agriculture, and that passion you have for teaching those standards and teaching those children and the love that you have for them. I'm just extremely proud of you, and I can't wait to see what your future holds.
The thing that stands out about Mrs. Sproul is her love for the kids, her love for her job. She is dedicated, spends a lot of time preparing, tries to make each lesson.
More boxes, more options. Granger has over 1,700 box types in stock.
We probably don't need to see any.
Maybe that link could be sent.
We have benefited.
Okay.
By Jen.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to.
Maybe
I didn't
we
know
could
exactly
get that
what-
link put out into the Friday
Yeah,
notes.
yeah,
We can
that would
watch
be
the rest
wonderful.
of
But
it.
I wanted you to see her.
Absolutely. And where's she at?
I think it's Savory. I think it's.
This is
I'm okay.
Sedan. This is Sedan.
on her.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
Sedan.
Chautauqua County Schools
Yeah, okay,
in
yeah.
the city of Sedan.
That's so
yeah.
awesome.
So
I'm surprised
that's
she's
just
not
a
being asked to sing right now.
Yeah, we need to be recognizing in October. It's all about agriculture, and there's a passionate teacher.
Awesome. Thank you for bringing that out, Dennis. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, Beryl, your name is on the thing. Did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I didn't push the button. I'm not sure why, but it made me think about the NASB meetings that you
Yes.
and I think Melanie's on. And I don't know if all the new board members realize that's a beneficial resource.
You get a lot of
it's
information.
Not that I look forward to it every month, but I've learned quite a bit. And now they're going to begin to focus on topics for us. So I was just going to invite new board members. You may really want to join those meetings because really I'm learning a lot. I don't say much when I'm on because I don't know that much, but definitely I am learning a lot.
Being a fly in the room is still helpful, isn't
It's
it?
helpful.
You bring in information, and it
So
just
thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. I know I struggle actually getting to those because I think part of it's the time of day. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I'm just. Well, there's one of them. It's at the Central States ones. That's a 5 or something, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so hard. Okay, I think committee. Well, the only other thing is just to thank everybody who did go do a lunch at a school, and hopefully there's some that are still doing that. I really enjoyed that, and I just thought that was great, and it's so important. Okay, and I know Mr. Porter had to duck out on us as he had out-of-town plans as well. So I do have a chair report. I'm going to touch on a couple of things. I really want to bring out Constitution Day because it was such a huge event. So September 17th being federally Constitution Day. The event, which was the 3rd year, hopefully you saw this in the Friday notes when the commissioner put those out, but the numbers were huge. Over 17,000 kids participated across 8-9 states. Debbie?
Madam Chair, I didn't even think to, I was my 5th great grandmother in colonial garb for Constitution Day down at a Derby school. So I didn't even remember that. So, and I don't know as much as a 3rd grader. So, but
After that, I probably don't either. Yeah.
And I went in character as my own 5th great grandmother, who was a U.S. Revolutionary War patriot in her own right.
Nice. Well, the judge who has been doing this, Judge Wanell, am I saying that right? I really want to get a thank you card to him, quite honestly. I'm just so blown away. And I got to step into a 3rd grade classroom that afternoon after those particular 3rd graders in Spearville had participated. And so I got a little background knowledge at the same time of the lessons that they go through up to Constitution Day, because third graders don't really know what a witness is and what a evidence is and what a jury is, and and so they're the jury in that. So all the third graders are the jury. So it was just really, really interesting to see and to just hear from that teacher a little bit about what they'd gone through. So I just think that was a really interesting thing. I did get information on because it's been a topic that's been brought up here, so I'm just going to give some information on the persistently dangerous schools definition is in process of continued discussion with the ESEA Advisory Council. My understanding is our next meeting is November 12th, which is a problem, so I'm not sure if you guys will be able to get that changed or if you'll just miss that, because that's our board date. But and normally I don't. No, it still would have been a problem. Yeah, well, you'll have to talk to them about landing on board dates. But just to be aware. Also, it is evaluation time, which is for our board secretary, our board attorney, and our commissioner. So probably sometime tomorrow, HR will be sending everybody the links to do the evaluations. So please pay attention to those that will be due by the 29th, because then we will need to gather all that information, and we will have, as we figure it all out, executive sessions to discuss the feedback and move on forward with that. The other thing I'm going to touch on, because it came to me in multiple ways, there was an article and a social media post that was put out about the Every Child Can Read Act, which is a law, and there's reporting that's involved in that law. What was put out is that the law was broken, which is completely untrue. That report is due to the legislature in January. So by June 30, districts are asked to provide information, which then gives KSDE staff time to put all that data together, make sure they have the data that is required, and work on that until that report is then given to the legislature in January after they start session. So please, I really appreciate, I think Michelle's the one that brought it to my attention first, and then I had some other people. So please know that that was incorrect. I do know that Ty Masterson shared that information. I have had a one-on-one conversation with him about that to let him know that I already knew that wasn't incorrect. It was incorrect, but I did talk with staff some more and made sure that I had a true understanding. So it was just incomplete information, but the law was not broken. We are in process. The staff is on top of it. They are working on it. It is happening. So while all districts haven't reported yet, again, we work on that. We work with them. There's a lot going on at the end of June within our school districts. So they always go back to them and say, hey, you might have missed this email. Please answer the questions as needed. Some of the information we already have in-house, so they don't ask the district for it. They simply know that they have it to add to the report. So just want to make that clear, since there were several avenues that had come at me. So the other thing, and sorry for the length of all this, but the RFP process that is in play for the search firm, if we choose to go that direction. So as you were given in Friday notes as well, it was posted October 6th. It will close. It's officially on the state's website, and I believe everybody received that information as well. So the notifications were sent to the invited bidders. Anybody can bid. Anybody can go into that into the D of A's website and bid that post. If they have questions, those questions are due by October 22nd. And then we have to respond by the 29th to those questions. And then the whole thing closes the 11th. The 11th is a holiday. So it's Veterans Day, which in saying that, we will be meeting next month on a Wednesday, Thursday. So keep that in mind. Those bids that have been given, they will go straight to John Hess. And then the subcommittee will meet with him. We're going to finagle the agenda so that we're done a little earlier so we can go meet with John. Preliminarily, very preliminarily, look at what has come in regarding it. They don't give you the names. No, they don't give you the cost. They don't give you what their numbers are, what they would charge. So we will go through that and line that up with the qualifications that we asked for. So, and then all of that will come to the board in an executive session to finalize, and then it has to go back to procurement, and then they release the dollar amounts attached to those things. So just to say, it is quite a process. It is all out of our control in that way. But that is the process. If you have questions, that's a constant conversation that I have trying to get it in my brain how this thing continues to play out. But that is, so Thursday of the meeting, day 2, we will extend whatever it takes in order to get through that executive session. We will also have to be talking about the evaluation process, so we might be prepared. Be prepared for Wednesday and Thursday. So we'll work on the agenda as best we can to keep it from getting crazy, but that is what we have before us. So you
Just want to recap that for you. So again, the RFP is out. As Kathy mentioned, it comes back on a holiday, so it actually will get to us the day that you're meeting.
right that morning.
So a quick group of the committee just to organize it for you so that it can be brought to you. You'll have that discussion in executive session. It then will go back as you'll prioritize based
So we have
upon
the
that.
NDAs.
And then you're probably looking at a special meeting the following week, once the price proposals then get
That's
added
right, I
to
forgot
it,
about that part.
because then you've got to make a decision. Are you going to use a search firm?
Right.
And if you do, which one are you going to choose? And that would be the purpose of that special meeting. And then after that starts then the process for the search of the next commissioner.
And Deborah has the NDAs that everybody must sign. So they have your names, John fixed them up so that your name is on them. So be easiest if you do that before you leave today, and then we'll have to do it by email for the board members who aren't here. But just the easy way to get it started is while you're present to do that. So, okay, there you go. Board travel requests. Hopefully you've looked at that in your packet. I would take a motion to approve unless somebody has comments. Michelle, second. Melanie, all in favor? That would be, how many of us are here? 8-0. And passes. Okay. Do we have any further comments or future agenda requests? We have a packed agenda going forward, so please don't. And we do still have stuff on a list. We have not forgotten you. Deborah is very good at keeping things that have been previously said. We really do track those, working on them. We got a lot going on, so be patient. I promise we're not trying to ignore anybody, okay?
This is not so much, well, you and Melanie and I are going to be at the NASB
conference. Yes, we are.
In 2 weeks, a little more than 2 weeks.
It is.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's coming up fast. So we'll try to bring back some information.
Yeah.
It's going to be on AI and I mean.
There is some stuff.
Yeah, cyber security and that kind of thing. So that'll be an interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think I don't know, I'm just going to hear what there is to hear. Mark will also be there as part of the whole thing, has attorney parts in it for, boards of education and their attorneys so that they can stay on top of things educationally. Okay, so again, remembering that next month is Wednesday, November 12th at 10 a.m. here in the boardroom. And before you leave, please sign the NDA regarding the RFP process with the search firms. And thank you, and we'll call our meeting adjourned.
Have fun with